Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to SpeedGaming 4. And I am your hostess, Bastion Blue, and our tracker is Lofter, and my co-host next to me is Sephi. Hi, Sephi.
Hiya, Bastion. Hello, Speed Gaming. What's going on? This time I didn't yell in your ears, or maybe I might be too loud, but I hope you're all excited and ready for this Super Metroid Map Rando LeBron's bracket. That's what I've been calling it, the LeBron's bracket.
Yo, the
Because
LeBron's bracket. Let's go.
yeah, because we'll see what rising star, who's next up. Whoever wins this bracket,
All right.
people should be on the lookout.
Definitely. So we're getting started here. And again, welcome everybody. Our two contestants here are mrock Star 20 and crazdgamer. And let's talk about the stakes before we get into the category. This is a round one match of the bronze bracket. And it's safe to say that I think the stakes are pretty high, right, Sephi? I mean, winner goes on to round 2 to face Albies, and the loser gets, I think knocked out of the tournament, correct?
Yeah, sadly, this is end of the line. Both of these two are walking the plank, and they're just fighting to see, who can stay atop the plank. But
Right.
we do have both of them running the gravity 9+1 mode, which, as you saw from the start, Bastion, that the runner started in Meridian. It wouldn't normally start you in that area or in a water-filled room unless you had depending on the room, of course, but unless you had a gravity. So, of course, as the mode suggests, you start with gravity, and then the 9+1 is the 9 energy tanks and the 1 reserve tank needed. Now, with that, it means that from the get-go, you kind of almost want to chase the heated rooms, unless there's a item, of course, like for crazdgamer and for mrock. They just picked up grapple, so the grapple kind of signals that they have to go to the middle room here in Mount Everest. But it's Map Rando. I mean, anything could be anywhere. You typically just want to follow the logic. But again, just to highlight, the 9+1, the 9 E-tanks, and the reserve usually means that there's going to be a fair amount of heated runs that they will have to suffer through.
Right. So that's pretty interesting. The heated rooms can be a huge pain, especially if you get a lot in a row. So even though our runners have, they're starting out with a lot of resources, and so they can sort of take the punishment, it's still, not a cakewalk. You have to be highly aware of your resources as you have them, so as to not take the danger of the heated rooms lightly.
Yeah. Usually there will be like some refill rooms, but of course that's slow. So the faster that you can get through, the more practiced you are in these hell runs, the less you're gonna have to farm up, and of course that means that's a time save. But still, it is a nuisance having to like run into back-to-back heated rooms, and then it pretty much just becomes a countdown from you enter the time you enter the room to the time that you escape that heated room. Okay, so see, so here logically I was thinking that grapple would force you back to Everest, but part of me is also kind of wondering if they might have to keep moving forward.
Seems like a pretty tricky start here.
Yeah, because the grapple beam forces you into thinking that you have to go back to Everest potentially, but because it is a gravity 10 mode seed, I'm kind of curious if there's another. I mean, it kind of just makes sense to me. There's another room that they have access to because they have gravity, where they can grab get morph ball, and then potentially with that morph use the power bombs that they picked up just now to enter the power bomb door that's in Main Street. I don't know. It's so weird though, Bastion. I'm losing it.
I feel like I'm losing it too. I'm at a loss of words here. This kind of category, Sephi, I'm not exactly familiar with it. I'm less familiar with it than the other categories, but it just seems very tricky, very tricky, very deceptively complicated. Let's see.
That's a good find for
That is
Crazy
a
Gamer.
very good one.
And-
Crazed Gamer has speed boots. That's a pretty big deal.
With that, he can get a short charge potentially. Yeah, he can short charge and get the screw attack that's hidden behind the speed.
Right.
Speed lock.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal because for folks that don't know exactly what screw attack does, screw attack is kind of a game changer in a lot of rooms. I would say, it basically gives you, some invincibility during spin jumps, and also an insta kill on most enemies.
Oh, it's interesting.
boy,
I thought
it-
screw attack was it gave you the ability to make a defunct website that a lot of people grew up accessing.
Well, it does have the added benefit of that as well. It did at least.
Oh, that's what happened to screw attack. It became an item.
Right. I just want to say too that I really liked mrock's gravity jump there at the bottom of mode instead of going back to the very beginning of the room and setting up for grappling across. That was pretty clever on her part.
No, so yeah, now I think Crazy Gamer's gonna go back to Main Street, get this. And you know what, Bastion? Thinking about it, because this still not really any progression necessarily accessed from them getting screw attack, but I do want to point out though it could be a required item like for progression if there's any like bombable blocks, because one thing that screw attack does is it does break bombable blocks, like anything that you would normally power bomb and is not like just a power bomb block only type of tile or whatever. Screw attack can kind of break those blocks, those tiles. Anything like in Parlor, they might have to access that room.
That's right. There's so many other things that you can break with screw attack that could lead to progression.
The gauntlet. Oh my gosh, I forgot that they went into gauntlet, and I think it's like at the. Oh my gosh, what room was it? Yeah, it was this room. Okay.
It's this room. Yeah, screw attack can get through. Oh no.
I forgot that they don't have morph though. You need morph to get to the other side.
Right. Okay, so I'm wagering, Sephi, that progression is on the other side of that gauntlet room, and the problem is that they're getting the pieces to open that room up, but without morph ball, there's just no hope of getting through it. You've got to find morph ball. So we know what they need now.
Yeah.
And it's gotta be maddening to know that you're just that close through, that close to getting through there. Without just a simple bread and butter item, you can't fully get through it,
Yeah, I mean, if anyone is familiar with Bastion, Morph Ball might be one of your favorite items just because it allows you to gotcha roll.
Right, right. And you know how much I enjoy gotcha rolling. I mean,
Yep, same here. I'm
heck
avid. I
yeah.
wake up and the first thing I do is gotcha roll all over the place.
Oh, yeah. Get to work, gotcha roll.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if people don't like it, you got to do it anyway.
That's what it is.
Heck yeah.
So both of them in the same room. I wonder if they're gonna follow this through. They have speed boosters, so they can get to the other side.
Right. So it looks like crazdgamer is probably going to be doing probably just going to speed through there. Looks like he's having trouble trying to get the speed boot charge going. And to be fair, you know, I mean, never underestimate how difficult speed boots are to work with sometimes.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Sometimes it just doesn't work.
Right. There's a lot of different ways to get it to work quicker or to kick in quicker, but it's tough, you know. You've got your stutters and your taps and you know, your stutter tap and your stutter 3 tap and you know, your stutter 2 tap, and it's like going to, you know, like a diner, a diner of speed boots.
Yeah,
Speed boot
that's
diner.
true.
There's
Yeah.
just so many things on the menu.
That is actually true. You're not wrong. I went to one of these local diners just like, I don't know, like last month, and they really throw everything at those diner menus now. I know we're talking about diners, but heck they're looking for progression. We got time. I think one of the items on that menu, I don't know if it was a fake. It might be a fake, but they priced it at like $50, and you can order.
$50.
Yeah, and you can, and with that, like if you order that, you get like it says eggshells, rotten tuna, some garbage garnish or whatever, and I'm like, can people order that? Can people ask about that? So right now you said diner, it just reminded me of that.
Right, it sounds like some mystery meat or something. Like the thing on the menu you're not sure about if you should order or not. But hey, you only live once, right? I guess that's for the 2 to 3 a.m. crowd at the diner, right?
Yeah, that's how they eat slop, and for the early gotcha rollers.
Heck yeah. So Crazed Gamer is still trying to get a short charge going to get across. I hate it for him because that's just it's tough to do if you don't know how to work with the speed boot, like tapping and stuttering and stuff like that. And in the meantime, we've got mrock trying to ascend Everest with grapple. It looks like she's having a little bit of frustrations here and there, and that's understandable. Those little jellyfish.
That's by design.
Right.
Go on.
No, I've also had my fair share of getting mad at those jellyfish balloons, trying to use them as grapple points.
Yeah, they don't want to be grappled on. Oh, a spore spawn. Oh gosh.
Pretty big deals. Imrock has the knowledge of where spore spawn is, but I guess, oh my gosh.
I mean, Dragon could be in logic because you have that many E-tanks and you have grapple. So the grapple kill could very well be a thing.
Right. Imrock could...
Oh, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say that Imrock could conceivably defeat Dragon right now, but she would... I mean, she needs a missile pack or a super pack. But go ahead, Sevi. I bet she's about to find it, though.
Yeah. Oh, there's the super. There you go.
There it is.
So the cool thing is, this could be huge. Actually, this could be really big. There is already a broken turret in the Dragon room, but you do have to wait for Dragon to like lift you up into the sky, and then there's probably Dragon on the other side. I was
Oh,
gonna
that's
do it.
right. It's the one in the top left, right? I
Yeah,
always
that's
forget
the
about
one.
that one. I
Yeah,
always forget about that one. There it
I
is up
think
there.
it's like the casual, and I guess that might be why it's really difficult to figure that out casually. That you can fry your shrimp. That sounded better in my head.
That's okay. We all like some fried shrimp. There's nothing wrong with some popcorn shrimp every now and then, right?
True.
So we've got mrock going up against Dragon. Help me out here, Seffi. I feel like mrock was kind of a little behind for a while, kind of just clipping at the heels of crazdgamer, but in the face of Dragon, I kind of feel like she's pulled ahead a little bit.
Yes. So the good thing is that because there is a boss objectives, you still have to kill all the bosses in a gravity 10 mode. She is technically ahead. Now, we don't really know if this is logical progression. We know that she can kill the boss, but we already saw the other side of this room too. Because you can access it, but that's perfectly fine because she found supers, so anything behind the super door she can access. We're still looking for morph,
Right.
so yeah. And
oh no, I can't believe. Okay, so while we've been talking about mrock's progression here, I feel so bad for crazdgamer. It doesn't appear to me that there's been any save. There are no save stations yet. This is a brutal seed, Seffi. Oh my gosh.
The best. I'm thankfully, like for crazdgamer, mrock doesn't really know where to go. She's still gonna have to pretty much just try to look for everything. As soon as morph is into play, I think that might be able to like calibrate our runners' minds a little, and they might know how to like progress like from that. But right now, they want to just like search everything. Oh, a save for mrock.
Save. Okay, mrock is safe. She has a lot less to worry about. But yes, Seffi, I wholeheartedly agree without morph. This is just a really just dirty, tricky seed and stuff. It's honestly kind of scary.
It is. I think rocks might be going the right direction because we saw the bottom of climb, and that you can only get through if you had bombs or power bombs, or of course what she already has, screw attack.
Yeah, mrock is pretty far ahead now. But if mrock, like Sophie was saying, if mrock has a hard time tracking down oh lord, plasma. Yo, any plasma enjoyers in chat?
Any plasma-ers? Hold.
Okay, so plasma, Seffi, is one of my favorite beams in the game. I know a lot of folks don't get a chance to see it because of PRKD skipping it. But in KPDR, you pick it up, and one of my favorite things about plasma is how you can clip through bad guys with it. So
yes, that is quality of life. That is pretty much, in a way, it's kind of like a screw attack in beam form, honestly.
Right.
Because you can, if the beam doesn't kill, oh my gosh, what am I supposed to? If the beam doesn't kill the enemy, you can at least run through them. So,
right.
And the beam is already strong enough as it is, so you could just make quick work of everything ever. Okay, mrock. What do we have at the top here? It's a major item. This could be morph. But yeah, the health situation is a little scary. Thankfully,
Yes.
there's plenty of saves, so it's not really anything to worry about.
Yeah, Imrock's in a much better place now, having found a save, but her health is in a really dangerous spot here. It's gonna have to do our best to just, keep her focus and stuff, and not get intimidated by the lack of health. In the meantime, Crazed Gamer is catching back up to where he was, and I feel bad for him because he took a bad KO in the Leodox room.
Yes, that was unfortunate. Mrock found morph, but she will need more health in order to survive that.
My word, I cannot believe it, Seppi. What a mean, horrible spot for morph.
Yes, it's made even worse just based on the loadout, because you have speed and you have no high jump, and just getting a run and jump through that door could potentially set you up for having like the worst entrance ever too. So it's all sorts of bad. It's hidden behind plenty of heat. It could be prevented, but I mean, there's no way to know, honestly, like how many heated rooms you're gonna run into.
Exactly. And here she goes. Oh, second attempt. She's still got it though. She still got it. But yeah, and something that you pointed out, Sephi, which I think is really important to bring up and talk about, is that regular jumping plus having speed boots on is kind of a weird thing, right? I mean,
yes. So bad.
In a way that I think I don't really know how to explain, but I guess the easiest way to in my attempt to explain it, I feel like you don't jump as high. So that makes, climbing in a room that has that morph ball a lot harder.
It does. I'm pretty sure it beyond like nerfs your jump. It's really annoying, but of course it's not intended unless you're a really weird person and decide to unequip high jump during a casual playthrough. It's cool that you have the option to, but it's just like I don't know if you.
I can't imagine you would ever want to unequip high jump boots. There's almost no situation where you would want it. I guess when I was doing late croc hundo like years ago, because I couldn't horizontal bomb jump, I would get the wreck ship E-tank, and it was easier to get it without high jump boots on. But that is beyond not optimal. But I think that's the only situation where I think I've ever needed to turn it off.
That's super understandable. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of happy. You mentioned about not knowing about the top left turret in the Dragon room. I didn't think Craze Gamer thought about it either. Because Craze Gamer could kill Dragon now, but he thought that he couldn't. He was gonna try to attempt it, but of course he didn't have any missiles or supers to break the turrets, so he didn't know any better.
Yeah, I guess that's one of Super Metroid's deep cuts, right? Because even I didn't know about it. Got another save for Mrock. Crazed Gamer is still looking around in Speedway right now. First missile pack for Crazed Gamer.
I'm just scared a little, Bastion, because I worry that he may have skipped his only unless he thinks that the item at the bottom of Bubble Mountain can only be accessed with Morph, unless that's what he's thinking. I'm worried that he might have skipped his in logic supers, and if he doesn't know that there's an item down there.
Dang, that could be a huge problem. Right. It's possible that there might be a knowledge gap there, and I'm hoping that crazdgamer can gives that room another shot again. Because it could have slipped his mind, or it could be possible that he didn't know. And Super Metroid's a pretty dense game. There's all kinds of wacky hidden stuff in it.
Yeah,
and it's tough not knowing how to do something in Super Metroid. Because if you don't know how to do something, you kind of can't guess at it most of the time.
for sure. Yeah, and trust me, I know about dense, Bastin. You know me.
Oh,
I'm
I know.
dense. crazdgamer getting Morph and can escape. Honestly, he doesn't know that he's fine if he just exits here. This might be a blessing because I mean, it's also not good, but both runners with Morph. The only thing that's worrisome is that crazdgamer doesn't know that potentially there is some. Right, there should be progression there.
Oh, interesting. Crazdgamer takes out that little green wall monster, whatever it's called, with the power bomb. And picks up plasma, which of course mrock got earlier. So both runners have a save, and I'm sure they're both feeling a lot more relieved because of it. crazdgamer's health is a little scary right now. mrock is going back to get the plasma beam that she lost. This is sort of an interesting situation, though, Sephi. I mean, we have both runners kind of high-fiving each other going across these rooms and stuff, and the only we have the same loadout for both of them. The only exception is crazdgamer has not found Dragon or supers yet. So I'm wondering if the seed. Yeah, I'm just wondering what will happen next, because crazdgamer has to find Dragon, but if he can't find supers, I mean, he's still going to be in some amount of trouble because of that.
For sure. I'm pretty sure he might get stuck behind. Oh my gosh, this is horrible because now they're stuck farming here.
I know. This is so bad. Like, this is Sephi. How did they get stuck with such a mean seed? This seed is mean, y'all.
It's horrible. It's actually really bad. It's the worst thing ever. Rocks could survive this though. Barely made it. This should be enough health. Hold. Right. Yeah.
Hold. Everybody hold. And mrock makes it through.
Oh my gosh. Still though,
are just surrounded by heated rooms, and it's still just very scary.
Now, with Morph, there's so much that opens up. It's a matter of like, when is mrock gonna want to backtrack to the areas that she's been, because she knows that she's abandoned a lot, and it's potential that there's more bosses in these areas.
Right. And I imagine that crazdgamer is probably thinking the same thing. Because right now he's looking like he's mining for health, and probably an attempt to backtrack a little bit and try to figure out what he missed along the way, just like mrock. So both runners are kind of in the same position, despite the fact that mrock has supers and a defeated Dragon.
Yeah. This is big. I don't think crazdgamer just wants to check whatever's at the top here with the next room in. See if it's
Yeah.
worth it.
I do not envy Crazed Gamer's position. This is really tough. You've already one death in, and you know you don't have a lot of health, and you've got to climb a heated room, which honestly is not a room that anybody should underestimate. That's a tough room to wall jump up, and wall jumping it's really hard. Oh, dang. Mrock finding herself in Brinstar. Got Crazed Gamer going through Speedway right now. Looking to pick back up some of the items that he lost from the previous death. This is not an enviable position, though, because, a few deaths in, loss of progression, it's really tough. It's very easy to just sort of like tunnel vision when you're playing Map Rando, especially in a competitive environment.
I don't know if you do it now, Crazed Gamer. I was about to say, I don't know if you want to go for morph just now.
Right, Crazed Gamer getting in that safety save.
Oh, mrock forgetting she has plasma, maybe? Unless just wanted to screw with the pirates.
Well, who doesn't, right?
True. True. That's so true. Those pirates. I mean, they die in one hit, so that too.
Right. So this is the Mrock has found herself in the X-ray, I guess hallway, for lack of a better way to put it. I don't know the official term for that room, but it's the X-ray hallway, I guess. She has the ability to get across it with grapple. I'm curious as to why she decided to reset. But I guess we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a very convenient. I forgot that she's close to this farm, so that should give her some breathing room.
Right.
Maybe
I
she
forgot
just
about that too.
Didn't want to fall through. Like, didn't want to fall and potentially die to the spikes, maybe. I'm not sure, but she can definitely cross that.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's see what Mrock does. Okay. Mrock does get the speed boot charge going across.
Is that my favorite item? Yes.
Yo, space jump. Okay. Interesting.
Space jump.
Getting a lot of mobility here suddenly with something like space jump. And with screw attack, she dispatches those gold pirates. Ooh, that's a deceptive room there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Crazed Gamer's stuck in the Ridley Claw, in the grippers.
Oh, that has happened to me before, Steffi. I've gotten stuck in those grippers too. I can't stand this room sometimes.
Yeah, this is a very annoying room in Hondo.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've done some Hondo, right?
Yes, yeah. In Hondo, you do go through there. There's some pretty cool little Hondo tech in this room. Because if you're good at it, you you hook around down there to where Crade's feet are, and you debossed, you deboost off of one of those fireflies in order to hit the missile pack that's down there.
Mhm.
It's some cool little tech, because you know I find deboosting tech to be always really exciting, but you know, at the same time, that is a very frustrating room to navigate if you have to you know, take out the fireflies in there, because that room gets dark, Sephi. That room gets dark
Yeah.
real quick.
As we saw, you do not want to be in the dark amidst some grippers. Just
I know.
so PSA. Maybe some of you, I don't know. I'm not gonna speak more on that, but that's just what happened, and that's just the way of life.
Right, right. I think I won't speak more of it either, but so mrock finding herself in the halfy hallway. I'm not sure what to call it, so I'll just call it the halfy hallway. So it's technically not the Batoon hallway. But so she's farming a little bit. crazdgamer is still unfortunately stuck at the very beginning, having to well, not at the very beginning, but close to it. He's been stuck in this area for a while. And this is really tough. These are hard rooms to navigate without a lot of health. And he was unfortunately pushed into a situation where he had to farm that much in a set of rooms that just do not have a lot of good farms. But the good news for crazdgamer is that he is finally out. He's finally out.
Yeah. So I wonder what he's gonna chase. It's been really fruitful for mrock to go back to this area because she's found space jump and charge, and so now it's just a matter of like what I mean. crazdgamer still has to check this item. Okay, so is aware that there's an item here. I was about to say, it's like it'd be interesting if he didn't know, but maybe he felt like it was a forest morph ball. And I mean, it makes sense because there's like some one tile drops here, and it sometimes I know I've been baited before into thinking that you need more for that item.
Mm-hmm.
But he's good now. He will want to farm anyway, though, because this fight, yeah, annoying. So got supers. crazdgamer's also gonna want, I don't know, just a convenient refill. Doesn't want to go too far away from base either.
mrock is starting to open up the map a little bit. Looks like she's looking to get an item up there. It is a missile pack. It looks like she's going to avoid it. Yo, oops, all missiles?
Yeah. It's all missiles. That's all it is. Even in the
Right.
vanilla game, it's just like, it feels rewarding finding a secret, but then like the biggest slap in the face, like, oh, it's just your 200th missile pack.
I know, right? I think that's one of the reasons why I don't know. It is rewarding. It is rewarding, definitely. And it is cool, but you know,
It is cool.
it's like, oh, a missile pack. Cool. I already have like 20 or 30 of those and I don't need anymore.
Or like doing Ocarina of Time randomizers, and all you get are blue hecking rupees every single time. Every chest is a blue rupee. Blue rupee. It's a blue rupee.
Oh, blue rupees? My gosh. And you don't have your max wallet yet?
Yeah, that too. Yeah, exactly. Even good point.
Such a slap in the face. So this is a pretty tough wall jump here that crazdgamer is trying to do. There's a few easier options than this. I'm not sure if I'm aware. I don't know if crazdgamer is aware of those options, but that's a tough wall jump there. It requires a lot of delayed wall jumps coming from the right side. Is that correct, Steffi?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to time it as you're coming down. You want to like, you have about like 9 frames to wall jump, and on like the last half of those of that wall jump animation is when you want to get your jump off. This one might be a little bit later though, because it's pretty tight. But crazdgamer can definitely opt to turning off speed booster and just getting a run and jump.
Right. See some of what Steffi and I were talking about earlier. This is just one of the very strange Super Metroid mechanical quirks. Whereas having speed boot charge without high jump kind of nerfs your regular jumping a little bit. And that's it doesn't sound like it makes sense, but you know, it is an odd quirk about you know, speed boot charge.
Yeah, I like that you call it a quirk, because we don't want to disrespect anyone and be like, oh, that's an oversight, they forgot, they didn't know. You know, you just
we'll leave it at quirk. Yeah.
Like that's the thing. This game is so complex, and just about anything can affect anything too.
Oh, mrock finding my favorite item, which is X-ray.
Oh heck yeah. And spring ball. Wow, this was all quality.
Yeah, a little bit of a treasure trove here. So there's a couple of things that mrock can do with charge and X-ray. You know, she can microwave some of the bosses. Yeah, well, actually, I think at this point only Phantoon. Yes, because the other you can microwave Dragon, but she's already taken Dragon out. So, save station for mrock, so she's in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, so this will make sure that she does not lose any progress. She's definitely has a really hefty lead. crazdgamer is just getting stuck farming here. Okay, it's not gonna go for any more, which could be interesting if Kraid's in this area. Because mrock's found Mother Brain, hasn't found any other bosses. If there's more bosses to this side, it could possibly put crazdgamer in a better position.
Yeah,
but
it is certainly possible.
But he's leaving without his supers though.
That is a really tough situation to be in, not having the supers this far into the experience. He tries to get up there without using a power bomb, but ends up using a power bomb anyway. I know that is a very tough jump right there. Ooh, no! That is a scary room without Varia.
Yes, I hope that the seed pushes him to go back to where he doesn't want to go. Oh, the supers anyway. It's fine. It worked out.
Okay, he is... Okay, crazdgamer is now in a much better spot.
And then this might be Phantoon for mrock. Yep.
Oh, mrock has discovered roughly where Phantoon's vicinity is, and she also has knowledge of where the map is. So this is a big deal for mrock. She could really pull ahead here. And how much you want to bet this is? Yep.
All right, time to microwave some more seafood.
Right. Our old pal, Fantoon. Oh boy. Fantoon and I, we do not get along.
Yeah.
Just saying.
No. Oh, practicing some dompies. Okay. No microwave.
Nice. Interesting decision here. Imlock wanting to practice her Dopplers. This is a pretty interesting situation though, Steffi. Both of our runners have gone in completely different directions.
Mm-hmm. Except every turn for crazdgamer has not paid off. Everything's just an annoying missile pack or even just an empty item location. It found Ridley, so this already puts mrock in the best position, and it kind of just makes it clear that she's picked the best possible route. So yeah, that definitely worked out.
Right. Yeah. It's definitely working out for Imrock here. crazdgamer does know the location of Ridley, so that is potentially a big deal, and it could put him ahead a little bit. Oh my word. Okay, crazdgamer is making a very risky play here. And we'll see if it pays off. You gotta go big or go home.
Yeah. So there's no... Okay, just more missiles. What we did see though is mrock did reveal the map to this area, and we found Kraid. So honestly, it's pretty cool that mrock's not gonna have to travel that far to beat the bosses. This place is a dead end. All she has to do is just kill the boss and then backtrack. Not even like that much.
Yeah.
But she'll run into Ridley.
crazdgamer barely makes it by that room by the skin of his teeth. Good lord, that was risky. And just dangerous. And that's just the tough thing about Map Rando though, you know? You can you can make risky plays and stuff, but sometimes Map Rando doesn't reward the risky plays, and sometimes it does. It's tough. That is the nature of Map Rando, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very. This one definitely wanted you to play as risky as possible as ever.
Oh, Imrock, you better be careful with that plasma beam. Oh, she scared me, Sephi. Oh my gosh, she's Sephi. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need to take a seat after that. That was I need to sit down and catch my breath. I was just like, oh no, don't go for zombie Kraid. Oh no.
When you first encounter a zombie Kraid, I don't think you could ever forget it, and you try to keep your plasma beam as far away from Kraid as possible.
Right.
So I feel you. I know what you mean.
Scared me so bad. I'm glad Imrock knows about it. Or, if she doesn't know about it, she definitely chose the right option there by just supering Kraid. So let's be grateful for positive forces of habit, right?
Yeah, she definitely knew about it, because if you're a Map Rando main or just a randomizer main in general, you will learn the hard way. I promise.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, season 1 of Map Rando, Sephi, I had to learn the hard way. And I had been, I hadn't been speedrunning the game as long as a lot of folks have, but I'm just an any percent and hundo girl. I don't know nothing about hitting Kraid with no plasma beam.
Yeah, you play the game the way the good Lord intended. Yes,
Exactly.
sorry, Bob. K Coner.
On this Easter weekend, K Coner.
Yeah. K Coner. Sunday, catch zombie trade this Sunday at the Monster Truck Rally.
Heck yeah.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Kids and senior citizens get a discount. Free Coke with a 2 ticket.
Don't forget
Free
about
Coke
our.
and popcorn.
Don't forget about our IHOP. What is it? What 55 plus special they got there at IHOP?
Right.
For anyone that's over the year 55. Ooh, Spazer.
Phaser. Okay, well, I think at this point, Sephi, Imrock is not really looking for that and hoping for something else, especially considering
No,
that she has plasma already.
she was definitely looking at it. She's doubling down. She's not unequipping it. She knows I'm doing comms. She knows I hate it. She knows I will rage quit this comms right here, right now. If she doesn't revert back ASAP.
I think Imrock is now just toying with Sephi's emotions over here over Phaser and plasma. How could she, Sephi? How could she? Can't believe it.
I know.
Can't believe it. Can't believe she'd throw her homies under the bus like that.
Gosh, I don't know what to say, Bastian. I'm just really hurt. No. That's cool. She really loves Spazer, honestly, and she has screw attack, so she doesn't need plasma, technically.
Technically, but plasma enjoyers like me and
there you go.
And we're suffering right now because of it.
True woo. Okay, look, so Mrock is just high-fived with crazdgamer. Might be looking for supers, maybe just to potentially make this Wrigley fight a little faster. But I mean, with this health, okay, it's gonna be a really risky play, but she should be fine.
Yeah, I think that she will be all right. And of course, with space jump, there's no problem at all traversing this room without high jump boots. crazdgamer finding Dragon, and I don't know if he's going to go for a grapple, electrical kill, or a speed boot charge kill, or an ammo kill, but I guess we'll find out here in a moment. Oh, Sephi, I saw. I cringed for Imrock there.
Yeah.
That's a Bastion Blue maneuver right there.
Yeah,
hitting your head on one of those platforms.
Bastion or Bastion? You bash your head and bonk.
Right.
The bash bonk.
Bash and Bastion.
Uh-huh. Oh, Samus is gonna feel that one until next week.
I know, right? I wonder what's over in the end of this little murder hallway here.
Oh, yeah, true. The guillotine hallway.
Nice little
that's pretty funny. It's it is like a haunted house death trap.
Right, I know. I've never thought about it before, but it kind of is that way, isn't it, Sephi? You've got that guillotine room, and then you've got the spiky room of death, and then, even the wrecked ship E-tank room is a little spooky looking, Yeah,
what are they? Just atrocities in this wrecked ship. I didn't
think
about that, but yeah, it is more fitting. Oh, there's the empty item.
The game is messing with Imrock. So, Sephi, what's your analysis of this situation? What do you think's going on through Imrock's head here? Because it seems like she's still looking for items, but I mean, I might be wrong about this, but it seems like she has all the tools needed. She just sort of needs to find Ridley. Am I correct, or How do you feel
Yeah.
about that?
So yeah, she
Well,
wants
speaking of Ridley.
right there, ran into it, giving us a holding up the finger, just telling us to hold. That's a hold on moment. I think Mrock wants might be looking for or is hoping that she bumps into E-tanks and or super packs. It'd be cool if she could run into Varia. There's potential that she might have skipped it if it was one of the items right next to Kraid. But she's oh my gosh, she's just gonna go in for it right now.
Oh,
She's not even
here we go, y'all. This is a big deal.
wait. Where's Plasma? She equipped it, right? That's
I don't. Did she not? I wasn't sure.
I missed
mean,
it too.
oh, okay. So,
Oh,
Steffi, help me out here.
okay.
She does not. Okay, she does have plasma. Right. She doesn't have 30 supers, but she doesn't have Varia. But despite that, with this amount of health, it's still possible for her to take Ridley out, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
100% that it's
Alright, so
possible.
this is just still a really tough fight. You gotta respect Mrock for like going into Ridley without Varia. Oh, there's the hold, please.
Yeah, I saw the hold, please. Hold, more hold. Any holders? Any holders?
Any holders?
I think if I can tap, it's okay. So back to the question that you were saying, because at first everything that I was just kind of like spitting was before Emrock found Ridley. But now that she found Ridley, I think she's thinking to herself, she could have done that fight, Bastion, if she didn't spark up the criteria supers
Mm,
room. If she
okay.
didn't, because that cost her a lot of health.
Right.
All that dilly dallying. I know what it's like to be born to dilly dally, but forced to lock in. I know what that feeling is. But
It's a tough world,
yeah, yes. But now that she can lock in, she knows that she's not going to spark there. She knows where Ridley is. Does not want to take any of these spike hits because they are going to hurt hard.
And if Mrock is going to go in here without Varia, then she needs to hold on to all the health that she can get in order to fight Ridley. Oh, crazdgamer, I feel so. I'm feeling for you right now, dude. Crazdgamer hits the dead end there, just like Mrock did. And to be fair, that's a tricky dead end. It's so we've talked about Mrock's situation right now. So what's your analysis of crazdgamer's situation? He doesn't have. Just picking up maps. So let's see what he can find with it. And he does find Mother Brain's location, so that is something good here. But crazdgamer has had a few deaths, doesn't have knowledge of where the bosses is, hasn't picked up charge. What do you think is going through his head right now?
For crazdgamer, I really don't think it's a good time. He got locked behind some really absurd things that I guess you don't really expect them to be a problem, to be as much of a problem, like getting up Bubble Mountain, right? Or even just somehow being stuck in Farm City.
Right.
So for crazdgamer, I do feel that he is hurting a lot because he knows he's behind. He just can feel it, and that none of the plays that he was hoping that could bail him out ended up functioning. So yeah, I mean, solidarity for him to stick it through, but
absolute solidarity for him for sticking it through. It's a tough situation to be in, and okay, so some things might have changed here for crazdgamer. Crazdgamer finds Varia in when Mrock never has, and I imagine that Mrock is probably so locked in a way that she's committing to her current strategy. So
yeah,
This is a pretty big deal, Sephi. So how do you feel about this? Do you think that it might be too late to make a difference, or do you think that there's still a chance for crazdgamer to pull this back?
I firmly believe that it's too late. I will say that, and that's no disrespect to anything that crazdgamer might do, because mrock can kind of solve this if she farms to full, makes the effort to. I'm not saying that she can't do it right now, because she very well can, but Bastian, there is something that has been referred to as ego checks, and that's when you want to brute force something so bad because you know that you can, and it's just, you can call it pride, you can call it stubbornness. It has to be stubbornness. I'd probably do the same thing. I'd want to kill Ridley with just this loadout and not have to look for anything else, because if I'm mrock, I know that I can do it. But if she gets ego checked too hard, this is all time loss, unfortunately.
Right.
And that's the sad part.
Yeah, that is the tough thing, Super Metroid is the great equalizer, and I've said this before, nothing will humble a person like Super Metroid humbles a person. So,
Yep.
and these ego check-in moments that you're talking about, Sephi, I mean, I'm not, an expert at Map Rando. Ooh, ouch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not an expert at Map Rando. I did play a lot in Season 1, played a little bit in Season 2, but I got bodied pretty hard. And, Map Rando kind of taught me some things about myself, and that, I'm guilty of some of these, ego check-in moments that Map Rando will set you up with. It's happened to me before, and I've lost matches because of it. It's a tough place to be, like you said, it call it stubbornness or call it pride, and I don't know, it happens probably to all of us at least at some point,
Yeah, it does. It's just and that's just the play style, right? Like, you can do it. Maybe if anything, like, there's still something that you take away from this, because for you, Bastian, I don't know how you would like take it, but you could probably just be more. The reason you stubborn it through that fight would possibly be just because you can do it, and it's just good practice, so why not? Nothing's really changed other than you just get better at doing that fight, quote unquote, the hard way.
Right.
So I never blame anyone for doing it,
Right.
especially if
And
they just know.
And I don't blame anybody for doing it either.
And plus, yeah, in a tournament match, you do have to play risky, and mrock feels like this is the way to go about it. So might as well. Although, could be feeling some pressure. We know that she's okay. Just because
She doesn't.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that anxiety is gonna creep up.
And I was saying earlier, it's very easy to death spiral in a competitive Map Rando environment. It's happened to me before. In fact, Steffi, I've been in this exact situation before. I forget if it was Season 1 or 2, but I had a similar amount of E-tanks with no Varia, and I think 25 missiles and a similar beam laid out, and me thinking that I could handle the fight, it ended up costing me a match, and I tunnel visioned on Ridley with a similar loadout that mrock has. So it's tough, it's tough, and I'm hoping that mrock can figure it out here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was a really good start. That was a really good fight and everything. And I remember that moment, Bastion. I remember
Yeah.
when everyone showed up and they were like supporting you and cheering you on. And honestly, it's stuff like that. Um, I can understand the frustration in oneself and in the game, whatever you feel like being frustrated at that time. But I do also like that people understand that, right? Like the people that know, they're like, yeah, been there. Like definitely
Exactly.
understand what you're going through,
Exactly. And
and more
and and
power
that's
to you.
actually one of the reasons why I love the Super Metroid community and, the players and stuff. I really do feel like, we're all in this pain together and we get it. So if we see
Mhm.
somebody going through this kind of stuff, we feel for them.
Yeah,
Oh,
it just doesn't make sense to like pile on them for dying. Like this is something that they want and they want it bad,
mhm.
and yeah, she's just right there,
It's a tough
almost
place
has
to
it.
be. Okay, let's see. She's almost got max health, very close to it. Full reserve. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, please, doing those cringy little wannabe Godzilla cries. Slightly better start.
Imrock getting the super missile shots in. I believe I saw 5 connect. Another 5.
Through.
Another 5. Ooh, wait a minute. Missed 1. That could. Hopefully, that's not the difference maker, but that's.
More swoopies. That's fine. Keep it chill.
I think
Use.
Imrock is trying to figure out what Ridley is doing, and Ridley definitely has a mind of their own. Hold. Ooh, this is a rough place to be.
No,
Oh,
my gosh. Yeah.
oh, dang.
Oh
And
no.
oh, Imrock took that pretty tough. I mean,
Yeah. Then this is. Oh my goodness. This is more. This is just more time. The thing about it is that the fight, while it's not long, it can feel like an eternity. So each
right.
death that you take, oh my gosh, Emrock's routing was so good because crazdgamer ran into just dead end zones, and I think these are areas that Emrock never that she ended up just skipping. If
Right,
maybe I might have
right.
missed one, but I didn't see her traverse through all of this, and none of this is paying for crazdgamer. So
Mhm. Right. I feel
you,
like Imrock's intuition for this map, despite it being, a brutal map, I feel like Imrock had a good intuition for it.
for
And
sure.
Crazed Gamer is really going off the beaten path, looking for anything. And I don't blame him. It's hard to really intuit this stuff. Map Rando's really tough. It takes a while to build an intuition for it, and I never could really get an intuition for it. And he's the tough thing is that sometimes you just pick the wrong hallway and you find a lot of dead ends, and you know sometimes you just get unlucky, and that's kind of what's happened here to Crazed Gamer. And you could see the frustration on his face there
Yeah.
upon finding that save room.
Yeah. He's trying to make it to something, anything. We know that the next zones actually are where he wants to be because you'll run into Fantoon and Kraid. He knows where Ridley is already, but at this rate, it's still pretty lengthy.
Right, and without 30 supers or charge beam, crazdgamer knows that he can't defeat Ridley, so...
Yeah, that as well.
mrock trying another go at it, going through the guillotine room. Getting that super pack back, and crazdgamer is going through the Coliseum room right now, where in most categories you would be halving or full halving through there. Ice beam, okay. This is the first dead end in a while that crazdgamer that actually paid some dividends for crazdgamer.
Yeah.
Ice beam is not like a huge deal at this point, I think, Sephi, but I mean, it'll at least give him a little bit more firepower. But I'm sure he's probably hoping for charge. What do you think?
The only thing that I'm thinking, I don't know if it'll give crazdgamer some sort of edge when it comes to doing Zeb skip, if he's familiar with Zeb skip, meaning he wouldn't have to use his ammo, right?
Right.
To break all the Zebs. mrock will not have that luxury. It's most likely that she will have to farm ammo and then break all the Zebs and then break the glass and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So it does somewhat give him an advantage, but potentially, who knows?
And that's pretty tough to do that because you need a lot of ammo in order to do that. Now, mrock, I did not really get a good look at the room that was before the Mother Brain hallway or whatever, or the Mother Brain room. But, if she has enough space to activate, a short, or to charge her speed boots, she could diagonal spark up through the Zebetite, and but I'm not. I want to say I've seen mrock do that before, but I don't know what the runway in front of Mother Brain looks like at this point. So it might not give our runners the option here to do that, but we'll have to see. crazdgamer finding another super pack in Big Pink right now. Oof.
Yeah, it's again, this Ridley fight, crazdgamer is not gonna have to worry about too much unless the Ridley fight does end up just being abysmal. But maybe crazdgamer remembers the super pack that he found right next to Ridley when he was up there. I don't know if he kept it. Maybe he did. And that's just including... All I know is that he's in a very good position to close this game out comfortably.
Right. If mrock is not able to kill Ridley quickly enough, crazdgamer could catch up. I mean, it's a long shot, but I mean, it is possible. mrock has put a lot of time into the Ridley fight here, and I feel for it. It's painful. And I would honestly be doing the same thing if I were her. But, if something doesn't happen here soon, crazdgamer could catch up. But, what's playing to her advantage right now is that crazdgamer is just having a hard time finding anything. Which, I feel for him to... Oh, wait a minute. We've got a map here. There is a major item, but no boss.
No boss. Again, this is all stuff that mrock was just able to kind of skip past. This was not an issue for mrock.
Right. It was not an issue for mrock, and I feel for crazdgamer here. This is a really tough place to be in for him, because he is just... You could see how just confused and frustrated he was, getting. You could read it on his face, and... Oh, poor mrock. I am so worried that she's tunnel visioning right now. That is just such a rough place to be. I could see the frustration on her face, and crazdgamer finding wave beam. All right. That is, a wave beam might not be the biggest or most important item at this point, but I mean, wave beam is, one of my favorites, and it's definitely, I would definitely call it a utility beam. Because it can do so much and shoot through so much.
For sure. crazdgamer is looking incredibly lost. He doesn't know where to go, and it's really bad because I think the decision that mrock made was, I mean, the maps can be overwhelming, but for mrock it made sense to go where she did when she did, and I think it's just something that crazdgamer is overlooking a lot.
Somebody had a good question in chat. How many plasma charges before 20 supers does the trick? So, thank you, Lopter, for answering that question. And also, thank you, Lopter, for tracking for Sephi and I. We appreciate it. But Lopter did answer that question. So, 14. So, mrock needs 20 super shots and then 14 charged plasma shots. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're doing some missiles here. I'm having trouble keeping this count, Sephi.
with the missiles, it'll be then the 9 shots instead, assuming that you land all the missiles, of course. But already missing, and that's... Wait, I was like, where's the screw attack?
Ooh, really having a little turnaround there. mrock hammering the super missiles, nails all of them except for that last one. But it's just not enough.
Oh no.
I could see that she's getting upset. I hope that she just keeps pulling through, and I hope that she keeps trying. But so Sephi, give me some insight here. If you were in mrock's position, what do you think the best thing to do here is? Do you think just, given the power of our objectivity here as analysts, do you think that do you think the best option for her is to just keep trying, or to maybe look for another super pack or maybe another energy tank? What do you think is the right thing to do here?
I think given how much time it's taken at this point, it would be okay to pretty much to try to scout out just a few more items, missiles, potentially a super, definitely one more E-tank. I think one more E-tank might be what could just make it or break it, because she's had so many good fights. She's almost there. She's literally almost home. So I think if I'm mrock, as much as I might want to just buckle down and just keep doing this fight as it is, just look for that other item, just one more, and it should be, I think it should be just good enough.
Right.
If she stumbles upon another super pack, of course that just wins.
Right.
Who knows how many there are left, because it does seem like she's already found a lot, so they've got to be running out. But yeah, Bastian, I just think checking something, anything, potentially just running something, heading in the direction of the map, have that give you a little bit of guidance, or even maybe backtrack. like this save that crazdgamer is in is the same save that mrock has, right? So maybe just kind of like digging around there, seeing what's accessible might help.
Right. Yeah, right. It's a tough call. It really is. And the longer that Imrock spends on the fight, the closer Crazed Gamer gets. And I'd like to point something out too that we didn't, that we haven't pointed out yet. Crazed Gamer has a full ammo load here, and that, I mean, 30 supers. I mean, that is going to give you enough to put away Ridley with confidence, and it's going to put it'll give you enough to put away Mother Brain with confidence. So, you know, the
Oh
only.
gosh. Sorry to cut you off.
No. I'm glad that you pointed that out. Pick up the. Oh,
But barely didn't have
no.
enough.
Dang, that
Oh,
is so rough right there. She's right on the cusp. Right on the cusp. I can't believe it. Oh, that is so painful. Oh, she knows she can do it.
One thing about that fight, Bastion, is that if essentially you do not want to use your reserve. You want to keep your reserve at full, and just kind of hope that you get grabbed while your reserve is going off, because that will definitely make for the perfect timing for you to just ensure that you get health drops, and you will survive that post death heat room or whatever.
Right,
but yeah, anyway,
right.
you were saying so.
I'm feeling for her right now. But I did not know about, you know, that the optimal thing here to do is to just, you know, grab a hole, hope you get grabbed in sort of the Ridley death and stuff. But yeah, I mean, you know, gosh, Imrock has got to be feeling that pain right now. And even though, you know, you could see Crazed Gamer here taking out Ridley, and, you know, he's got an ammo build, and I imagine that he knows it and is confident enough with the ammo build to know what to do. And just lobbing 30 supers into Ridley, I mean, you know, if you don't have charge beam, that's how you do it. That's how you take out Ridley. 30 supers to the face, and you know, that pelican dinosaur is gone. So, you know, he's still behind here. He's still behind here. Let's not forget that.
Right.
He has yet now. Okay, we're getting a save here, so he doesn't have to do Ridley again. That's smart. He doesn't know where Kraid or Fantoon is, so, you know, even though Crazed Gamer has a lot of progression that he just made, he's not exactly back to square one, but I mean, you know, he has to pick a direction and just go with it, and we'll have to see if it's the right direction he chooses or not. But Imrock looking like she is mining for more health right now, and I saw her looking for checking out some other rooms and looking for items. So it's possible that she's thinking that, okay, maybe I do need to find something else. We'll have to see what she finds.
It's a super. Oh, there it is. That is so good. So
that was
Mrock
good.
should be chilling now.
Oh my God, Sephi, this match is unreal, dude.
Seriously.
I am on the edge of my seat, Sephi. So with 25 supers, I mean, you know, Imrock doesn't have the for sure kill that Crazed Gamer had with a 30. But, I mean, you know, with charge and plasma, I think she should be able to bring it home here.
Yes, definitely. There's no She just has to land everything so she can have a comfy enough kill. This did get a lot easier because she does have leeway to take damage and all of that. But right now she's gonna have to farm up a bit. It's not really convenient to farm up health here, and this is just a little bit more. I think she could do it
a lot. She's had to do it a lot. So, crazdgamer finding Fantoon. So, that means crazdgamer is catching up. I'm not sure what his strats are here for Fantoon. I guess we'll see here in a moment. Oh, looks like he's going for a Doppler kill here, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to Doppler because still somehow did not find charge.
Yeah, so without charge, he just kind of doesn't have any other options other than just... I noticed he's doing some stuttered shots, which is kind of a pretty high-risk strat for crazdgamer.
Yeah, they're just kind of hoping it sticks. mrock does not want to be taking damage here. Wants to play this as safe as possible because...
Did land in the lava, so it's a little scary.
Oh gosh, this is annoying. This is actually super annoying.
Now, Sephi, she did save, correct?
No, she didn't. After all that, she did not. So she's going to have to pick up everything again if this doesn't go well.
Oh,
that's a grab
Oh,
and a miss super.
Ridley.
She's going to have to do everything again.
You've got... Oh.
Yeah, she knows that this is a failed attempt, so...
Tough, so tough. mrock back to 20 and 15 in her ammo count here. Dang. Sephi, I gotta... Okay, I gotta vent some frustration here for mrock, but, all my homies, we hate Ridley, on God.
On God. We do. I hate Ridley more so now than ever before.
I know, same.
That's a vouch, mrock. You're so right. Yeah, any vouchers in chat? Who else hates Ridley?
Any vouchers? So, crazdgamer has killed Fantoon. And he knows the location of Kraid. Oh my god. Sephi, we might be having a photo finish here between our two racers. This is getting really intense.
Yeah, this is actually getting to be too much. Oh my goodness. Now, mrock is still in the better position because she has charge. And she will have ammo. She won't have ice. The only refill that she will have to do... Actually, no. I mean, after really fight, she will have to refill because if she can't get through the Zebs, then yeah, it just makes sense to just kill all the Zebs and break through the glass. crazdgamer will not have that luxury. He's gonna have to refill for the Zebs, for the glass, and also for the mother brain fight. And I'm saying that assuming that he can't do a Zeb skip with ice, so that's another thing.
Okay, all right. Hold for mrock, y'all. Let's see if she's got this.
She has got this for sure. This is it. Hopefully she's turned off Spring Ball. I think that kind of messed her up a bit too.
5 supers right into Ridley at the very beginning. 2 plasma, 3 plasma. Another 5 supers. She's handling the fight pretty well this time.
Oh yeah, this is such a better attempt. Almost done. This is it. Oh, perfect. Pogo RNG too. This is perfect. This is what you wanted. She's in the clear. GG. That
Right.
is it
And
for
mrock
Ridley.
is safe. She is picked up by Ridley. She is safe. She is going on Mother Brain. And oh my gosh, while that was going on, crazdgamer has defeated Kraid. He went for a Kraid quick kill, but didn't succeed at it, so lost a little bit of time here. Lost a little bit of time, trying to kill Kraid during the stand-up position, which never underestimate Kraid during the stand-up position.
Yeah, no, he has
that
the
is
worst type of comedy.
I know, the worst kind of comedy. Oh boy. Y'all, I am stunned beyond belief here. This is so crazy because we might have a photo finish here, depending on how the Mother Brain fight goes. I'm hoping that these runners both get a solid save in before the fight starts. Looks like crazdgamer is, there's our save for mrock. Looks like crazdgamer is mining for supers right now at a pretty reliable spot, I would say.
mrock's looking for a farm potentially, so that she's right next door to one though, so she should be fine. Once she gets this farm, she should be okay. Although I don't know if she recognizes it, but it'd be cool to just kind of like dip to check. Oh, maybe she did recognize it. Hold on, hold. Yeah,
Okay,
I think she did.
Hold.
To the left, perfect. She recognized that this was this farm spot.
Right.
Or
mrock, hold.
No, yeah, she's fine.
Okay, she's good. All right, so okay, both runners do a high five in this room, which I forget what it's called, but mrock doing the farm right here. Now I will say, okay, crazdgamer getting a little slowed down by the metal pirates, but dispatches them. mrock will have to go through the same metal ninja pirates as well. Now this is kind of interesting right here. What do you think crazdgamer's plan is right here? I
am not entirely sure.
Right there.
Maybe
I guess we're gonna
more.
see in a...
I can only think more ammo.
Oh, do you think he's looking for the save? Okay.
Save makes sense, actually. Yeah, that's super important.
Because he doesn't want to farm again in case if there's an emergency. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. All right. I think crazdgamer is heading to Mother Brain.
Is mrock gonna also try to go for a save? No. She can shine spark this though too. I just realized. She's gonna opt not to go for it. She does not want to take damage.
She's opting for ammo. Interesting. Okay, she should have enough. Yeah, she's gonna have enough. Still, this is a little scary. Okay.
That's fine. Going back to farm, maybe? Yeah, I think they both are. But
am I wrong about this, Steffi? She does have enough to break the glass, right? And to kill
I thought that she did, but I'm confused as to what crazdgamer's doing, because this... Oh, this is enough, right? This is also enough for him. Oh my gosh, I completely forgot.
Okay, not enough.
Yeah,
okay.
I think... Okay.
All right, well, we've got crazdgamer starting Mother Brain Phase 2 right now. mrock is only a hair behind him. Yeah, I guess mrock didn't have enough. That's my mistake, chat.
Yeah,
could have sworn she did.
Same here. I thought that was enough. Okay,
Well, with
so
30
that's
supers, Crazed is with 30 supers, Crazed is gonna melt Mother Brain and already has.
mhm.
So Sephi, I think we're gonna have a photo finish here, and that's really, really crazy. I think
Yeah.
at this point anything can happen, y'all, and whew, this is
Okay,
just a
well,
nutty situation.
it for sure is. Oh my gosh, it is. It is so interesting. Just what they both ended up getting hard stuck to, because crazdgamer had that really rough beginning where he had that hot pastrami sandwich where it was just heat on one end, heat on the other end. And then mrock had the Ridley sandwich, which was just a huge spicy fight.
Yeah, there's a tad bit too many jalapenos on that sandwich.
Mhm.
So, mrock starting Mother Brain phase 3 here in a little bit. I've noticed that this is a pretty tight escape, Sephi. 1:20 on the clock for an escape, and I did see crazdgamer checking the map. I'm pretty sure I saw it.
Yeah.
So, it seems like a tight escape. We'll have to see. This might be a photo finish. If crazdgamer can't make it to the ship in time, then that gives mrock a chance here.
Oh my gosh.
mrock is going to have to keep her head clear. She has to keep her head clear in order to pull ahead.
This is kind of tricky. This is kind of weird. But if crazdgamer notices that he has to go into the core room and then just fall down, he should be fine.
Still
Wow.
15 seconds though. It's going to be tight, but he could do it.
So tight.
9 seconds.
9 seconds to the ship and he's already at the landing site.
8. Oh, it's going to cost him a second. I think he's got it. He's got it.
That's a GG. Oh my goodness.
4.5 seconds to spare. Unreal. mrock clipping at his heels to get to the ship. It really was so unbelievably close.
I know. I mean, to the relief of crazdgamer, like it was really weird because he checked a lot of unnecessary things, and there was just a lot of downright like bad luck that ended up happening. All of his plays were just not it, and mrock played that so well, so incredibly well, but the ego check is the roughest thing of them all.
Sound and voice and everything, but same old. Welcome in for the second game of this wonderful match between mrock and crazdgamer.
Yes, welcome back everybody. Round 2 is starting soon. Hello everybody in chat. Match number 2 is about to start. So before we get started here, big shout outs to Sephi for being there with me on comms and everything like that. Big shout outs to him. You guys make sure that you go follow Sephi at SEFI, and Sephi is a great friend of mine and great friend of the Super Metroid community, and one of the realest of real ones. And he had a prior engagement and had to duck out. So my co-host next to me is Timon. Say hi, Timon.
Hi, good evening. Good to see you. I'm excited to step in for this one. I was watching the first game, and let's see how the second one goes.
Yes, we're going to see how the second one goes. All right. We are getting started here now. Match number 2. match number 1 was pretty insane, very, very difficult. The map was very mean. So we're gonna see how this map is, and we're 30 seconds in. And let's talk about the category first before we really get into, well, mrock's found supers already. crazdgamer is going to be right behind her.
The supers, the haunted supers from last match.
Yes, the haunted supers from last match. So, let's talk about this category. So, with the way our tournament is set up, different, the runners can X out or whatever, different types of matches. Our first match was Gravity 9-1, I think is what that category is called, where the runners start with 9 E-Tanks, a reserve, and Gravity Suit. This is a little bit of a different situation. Our second match category is Double Suit, where both runners start with Gravity and Varia. So we have free movement in underwater and protection from heated fire rooms and lava and stuff like that. So, we have it gives you access to a lot of mobility and environmental protection at the very beginning of the game. So you don't have to worry about, those aspects of the match. However, that does not mean that Double Suit is a cakewalk. And yes, after that last map, protection from heat feels pretty great, I would say. But just because you have these protections and underwater movement that's free doesn't mean that we've got a cakewalk here. Because, go ahead, Timon.
And exactly there, I want to pick it up, because here we have one of those things what Double Suit enables. You could try to go for the snail climb there, but it's pixel perfect. So both tried for a second. But seems to be opting out of this option. Sorry.
What Timon is talking about is the snail climb. I would go so far as to say it's the infamous snail climb, but it is very difficult. The snail has to be in the right way. You have to jump on it in the right way. You have to hold an angle button, jumping on top of it, and you sort of push yourself through the ceiling, and then you just sort of clip through the ceiling, and then you get there. But having done it myself, it's very hard.
Yeah. In logic, it comes with X-ray, but we didn't go for it, and we're just going further, checking doors, discovering more places. crazdgamer.
Right, and both runners have the same item layout right now. Missiles and supers. A single pack for each of them. But we're already getting some differences in their choices, and we'll see if those differences pay off. And crazdgamer finding, oh my, wow. All right, mrock already finding Kraid, unbelievable. And she has enough to do the Kraid quick kill.
Normal shots.
I think she's looking for the right timing.
That's right. Nice.
Nice. Very well
Good
done.
kill.
Very well done. So I know that for a lot of folks in chat that might not know this, Kraid the Kraid quick kill is probably one of the earliest things that a lot of people learn. Next to mockballing, next to Alcatraz escape and stuff. If you're looking at coming into the game from a speedrunning perspective, but Kraid is such a hard boss fight if you get the stand up, and so it's pretty important, early on as someone new to Super Metroid to figure out how to do the Kraid quick kill, because so much time save.
Hmm. Yeah, both of them we're finding the safe. Fentoon is here on the map, but we haven't found any major. We got supers, we got an E-tank, missiles, but still double suit. That's our only major. Still trying to
Mhm.
find something to catch on this in this no-fair map right now. Find the way.
I'm wondering. Oh, wait a minute. We have a major sighted for crazdgamer. We've already seen it, but he couldn't get to it. I'm sorry. I'm so silly. That was the aqueduct room. We've already know that that's there.
Hmm.
uh, I'm so silly. Okay, so let's see. With no morph ball, we can't get through there.
That's often like becomes an issue often in these seats because it's so open. I feel like you get morph later. I see often in double suit seats that you get morph late, and it's very uncomfortable to play without morph.
Right.
There's so many rooms and situations where you don't even think about that you need morph to do it.
Exactly. And you know, I mean, Samus is an expert at rolling, so you want that morph ball. She may not be an expert at crawling, but she is an expert at morphing. Or at rolling, I should say. So, Imrock finding herself in the same room that crazdgamer was a minute ago, but, we still have the same item layout here for both runners, but, Imrock, once again, kind of displaying a good intuition for the map, already finding crades, so she's already put herself in the lead, which is interesting. Similar situation happened in the previous run, of course. Imrock getting a save, so she has a lot less to worry about right now. crazdgamer looking like he's doing a little bit of back and forth exploring, mining, farming right now. And I'm wondering if these runners know how. I'm wondering if crazdgamer knows how to do the snail clip. I believe Imrock knows but didn't go for it, and
I think it was also said it's a lot easier with morph. You can probably still do it without, but getting on top of the snail without morph is a challenge as well.
yes, definitely. So I don't blame her for wanting to skip the frustration of that. So I guess both of these runners are probably hoping that not major progression is right there. But we'll have to see, because that's a very early major item, and that could be our progression point. We'll have to see. Both of our runners are exploring. Safety safe for crazed gamer, and I'm thinking, Timon, am I wrong in thinking that with the double suit category, it probably takes you a lot longer to find a major item in the first place. So you kind of have to just sort of make do with what you have. Do you think that's a correct assessment of the category?
It could be the case because so much is opened up, right? A lot of rooms, also probably a lot of rooms without items, like water rooms, etc. Open up with this starting loadout. Yeah, crazdgamer trying again. We saw last the delayed wall jump on right side Bubble Mountain is a really difficult strat, so props for him trying to go for a couple times, but good to not getting stuck.
Seems to be a pretty complicated situation here with our map as well. We've had a little bit of exploration, but not a lot of pushing into the map or into the recesses of the map yet. But That being said, crazdgamer is in Brinstar, or has gone to Brinstar, but, you know, not a... There still seems to be a lot of things, you know, they're still kind of cut off, you know what I mean?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where the path is either. I haven't looked at the map that deeply, but just checking this head because this screw tech, right? It's not in logic. We don't have X-ray, we don't have speed. So it's an out of logic item, which doesn't give you the right progression path. It could be later. If we get speed now, there could be that we need screw attack. But straight going to screw attack and doing something with that is considered out of logic. So maybe not even the best, wisest choice.
I'd
Sometimes
like
in
to
these
point...
map randos, you wanna stay on path. Sorry.
Yes, sometimes... Oh, I'd like to point something out here. This is kind of a big deal. Mrock has found in the west and east sand pits here, she has found a speed boot charge. She's also not opting to go for those items. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, she can't. My bad. She does not have more
scouted
fall.
them out.
She
No,
scouted
no,
them
it's
out.
easy.
Yes, my bad. Even I forgot that they had. But Mrock has, I think a pretty... Oh, we got a little high five moment here in this farm. Mrock has a little bit of an advantage here, with already killing Kraid and having speed boot charge. crazdgamer finding Kraid, so he's catching up on the just right behind her. But speed boot charge is gonna give Mrock at least an advantage. Now, if she wants, she could go back to Aqueduct and get that major item up there, which we did confirm, right, Timon, that was screw attack. Thank you. Mrock finding Gauntlet there and piecing out, not wanting to deal with that mess, and I definitely don't blame her because she doesn't really have a way to get through it anyway yet. Because you need a screw attack to get through it, or bombs. So that's very interesting. Timon, I'm starting to think that screw attack is our major that we need for progression. So we're getting a hold, please, from Mrock.
Speaking of, like, we just got the speed booster, and speed booster unlocks this item, logic-wise. Oh,
I also want to point this out really quick.
And we get
charge. Oh my lord! Wow. This was a treasure trove. Oh man. Charge and screw attack and speed boot. Mrock is far ahead at this point. So we'll have to see what she can do with this. crazdgamer is going to be in a little bit of a bind here. I'm curious what's going through his thoughts right now. Mrock farming for resources. Looks like she's going to be... Good call.
It is from crazdgamer. Finally checking out the sandpits. Unfortunately, we know this is... I think the left sandpits has had all the items, so I hope we're gonna do a loop-de-loop and check the second one as well.
Right. I also would like to point something out. A few people in chat caught this. Mrock had an amazing short charge. I think she was flexing a little bit there. She had an amazing short charge, which, you know, by the way, I'm going to say this, you know, if you got it, flex it, girl. But, you know, she had an amazing short charge, getting screw attack and charge. And I say that's amazing because that is a hundo strat there, that short charge. That is either a 4-tap short charge or a stutter um, 3 tap, and that is a really tight short charge there. So I just wanted to throw that out there, and Imrock picking up Morph Ball, unbelievable! What an array of majors. And here, I was saying that majors are probably going to be a little far away because we're doing a double suit category. And I guess I'm eating those words right now, Timon. What do you think?
Majors can be far away, but we also move very fast with double suit, right? So either way, crazdgamer, nice, did the loop, found himself his speed boost, so will probably and likely get the aqueducts items real soon after. And then we'll see where he will decide to go. Yeah, that morph pickup from M. It's a strong pickup right there. Because we have a lot of things that we can go back to now with speed and morph. So maybe we can get towards some kind of map. Maybe.
Okay.
I must have missed it. What happened with crazdgamer? Did he reset?
I'm actually kind of curious too. Yes. Okay. He soft locked. Thank you, Merrick. I did not catch that because something I had to address a quick thing at home, so my bad.
Maybe in the second sandpit.
So crazdgamer having to do a little reset here and picking speed boot charge back up and having to do some unfortunate retreading.
So we have the first morph location. Just missiles.
Thank you, Merrick. But, Mrock is very far ahead at this point, and, that reset soft lock really hurt crazdgamer here. Something that I have to point out, okay, we've got crazdgamer going head-to-head with Kraid again. Something I feel like I have to point out as is that Mrock, this is a similar situation to the previous match here. I do not envy. I have to interrupt what I'm saying here because I do not envy Mrock for what she's trying to accomplish here. This is one of the tightest short charges in the game here. And Timon, do you have any insight on this short charge for us?
It's a tough short charge. It's definitely starter 3 tap. Multiple starters makes it better. So I don't blame her for not trying more. It's a tight space without power bombs to clear the area. So mistakenly thought we could do anything in that room, but no power bombs, no bombs to bomb jump up, no other option to somehow even get to the item or to the left door. Which is surprisingly because you have speed, you think, oh, I can do that room, but nope, needs a little bit more.
I have done that short charge before, and it is unreal how difficult it is. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it might be the hardest or second, or at least the tightest short charge in the game.
Like generally wise, there are quite some, but it's always what is useful. Like Mother Brain Room. Is that useful? Or Ridley E-Tank Room. Anyway.
I'm actually looking up right now whether or not that short charge is even in logic for hard. So
it shouldn't. Hard logic should be a 2 tap like space which you can accomplish a charge with 2 tap. It's quite lenient. So it's not logic, I don't think.
Right, right. It is not even close to being in logic. Very. So, mrock moving on from it probably pretty quick. Mrock moving on from it is probably a good idea then. And that's a good call on her part. The decision making in these competitive matches can be very tough. It's tough to come into here with a clear head, and I think we've already seen that several times today. You know that you know, having a clear head when it comes to your decision making is important, and it's very tough to keep that clear head. So,
unfortunately, falling down the speed boost pit. Oh, decides to go to the left way, which is fair.
I'm not checking out the map again, trying to figure out her options here. I still feel like these runners are both a little in the dark right now about where to go or what to do, but maybe I'm wrong about mrock's decision making here. Maybe she seems to have a plan, so we're gonna have to see where that plan takes her.
We just got a good amount of items with Morph and Screw, and in the beginning there are probably still a couple of rooms where you just have a new path now. So maybe going back to that might be the play here. It seems she has found a destination.
crazdgamer picks up screw attack and charge. The location of charge seems to be pretty surprising to him. He was very perplexed by that. I think we all were. You know, both of those items together right next to each other was kind of a shock to all of us. Seems like crazdgamer, after thinking about it for a moment, has a good plan. So we're gonna have to see where his plan takes us.
We have another high five first.
Right.
A lot of high fives these races.
Right.
It's going from left and right in this area, like the whole seed.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth and a lot of backtracking in this map. Now, something that's kind of interesting about this map compared to the last map is that, you know, the last map just kind of felt just straight up mean. The last map was just straight up mean. However, I don't think that this map is mean, but it feels like more of a mystery than the last map, I think. I think this map's been a little harder to read.
Yeah. The path is really not clear, and we're still in Norfair. We haven't... Well, we have peeked into Brinstar, but it was also not very promising. I think we're heading back towards Brinstar. If I remember correct. And crazdgamer. Ooh, nice spark. Position near the position where to spark up in Precious Room. And finds himself off ball. Yes. Metroid Room. We have charge, but also we have screw attack, so Metroid Rooms are still a little scary. This one is alright. This has a lot of platform, but Metroid Room 1 especially can be quite scary to go through. So yeah, there we see it on the left side on the map. The big room was Bubble Mountain, where we almost started, and we have... I think... Oh no, we don't have bombs, right?
Yes. This is a tough map. It's a little... Like I said, it's not mean like the last one, but it is mysterious.
We have supers for... There's the Great Warehouse entry with the 3 super blocks. And even before Morph you can do it, but now with Morph definitely one open path where to go.
mrock not going for the gravity lava dive jump, and just sort of like washing her hands of this area and backtracking a little bit to figure out another option. Gosh, this is just such a strange map, Timon. I feel like for a while, mrock was pretty, significantly ahead, but now we're in a weird spot here because, I feel like both of our runners are kind of even now.
Yeah. Same resources, same loadouts, and just trying to figure out where to go.
I could see the confusion and the frustration on crazdgamer's face there. On crazed's face, this looks very perplexed. This is definitely a head scratcher. I feel like mrock's having a difficult time to figure out where to go next as well. This is just sort of this is the nature of Map Rando sometimes, because sometimes you just get these maps where it's just like, progression is just like kind of a mystery, mrock plowing through Brinstar right now. Let's see what she comes up with.
Yeah, one thing you gotta do and can do in these situations is just try to progress. Try to go somewhere, even if it's
okay. I got
an innovative way of getting up. Nice.
I know, right? I gotta hand it to her. That was very clever what she just did right there. mrock with the winning today's Clever Award for taking advantage of speed boot charge to get up there. She knows the location of power bombs now, which could be a huge boon to her if she's able to get it, which I think right now she's trying to come up with a way to get across. And boom, taking advantage of a gravity jump and a morph, mrock is able to get to the top of here. Yes, this is a very, very smart play. Very smart play. And she is going for those power bombs, which is going to open, some of the game up a little bit. Very impressive.
Definitely. crazdgamer. Also, looking at the map, it's very similar situation. Both runners here. Okay. The Metroid rooms, especially Metroid 4, is difficult to not get grabbed at all. Going up. And I think now we are just gonna go a bit more into discovery of Brinstar here. We are right here. There's a lot of rooms left. It was a missile, wasn't it? No, a super. Top.
mrock
we know how to get that.
Finds a super, so that's good for her.
Two to make it true, showing off the gravity jump again. There's always a sneaky grab in that door. Grab shaft. crazdgamer, I think these were missiles.
Picking up another missile pack.
Clearing up the last locations in Norfair for Crest. But probably trying to go back to Brinstar soon enough as well.
And mrock picking up a lot of ammo here. And Spring Ball. Interesting set of items here. Of course, Spring Ball will give you a little bit more mobility, which is cool. It is not the most, practical item that you would want. But, there's still some interesting things that we could do with it. Yes, it is definitely a luxury item, as they say. I kind of feel like mrock is pulling ahead here. Having access to, power bombs, I think is probably going to be a pretty big deal. Looks like she's trying to get to that Brinstar map right now. I'm curious about what Crazed is going to do next.
Yeah, exactly. The more time Crazed will hang out here in Norfair, the more mrock will explore, because we are back on track for exploring a little bit. Oh, see if we can not use the power bomb here, maybe? Okay.
Oh, well, she ends up
Tried
using a
for a
power
little
bomb
bit.
anyway.
So what I was referring to, you can, with this protect jump, you can.
And she is getting through some of these little tight spaces with Spring Ball pretty well. mrock, once again, putting herself at a major advantage here by picking up high jump boots. Now, as Sephi and I were talking about in the previous match, there's a lot of strange nuance to the speed boot charge, and it kind of ends up doing something a little strange to your normal jumps. But having high jump boots is really going to do a lot for mrock, because there's a lot of places that she can reach now without having to worry about something like gravity jumping. So she's discussed or speed boot charging, or I don't know. You guys know what I'm trying to say. Also, high jump in speed boot charge, it works a lot better. crazdgamer doing some pretty cool little tech to try to, get a missile pack and an E-tank. Not able to get the E-tank, but does get the missile pack. That is, I think that's pretty impressive. Because that's kind of a hard thing to do, what crazdgamer just did. That is a pretty tough thing to do. So, okay. Unfortunately, I seem to have lost my co-commentator. Okay, Timon's internet is going through some issues right now. Hopefully, it will come back. So, till then, let's see. So, mrock is trying to kill Dragon without. She's trying to kill Dragon without grapple. So she's trying to kill Dragon in more of a speedrunner way. Trying to do it with ammo and speed boot, which he just did. That was pretty impressive. I, as a KPDR runner myself, I can attest that is a very difficult kill that she just got there to do with the speed boot charge when Kraid is moving that fast. So, and it was also incredibly risky. I do think that mrock got kind of lucky there, and I'm very I'm wiping the sweat off of my brow for her, because she did not have a lot of health to be doing something like that, and that is pretty impressive. She was able to pull that off. Combination of skill, combination of luck, call it what you will, but mrock is pushing forward with 2 major bosses killed. That was a pretty risky play, but it paid off. And Nevdi does have a good point. Welcome back, Timon. Nevdi does have a good point. Chain damage does not care. Plenty of my speedruns have ended because of chain damage. So mrock got very lucky there. So she is moving on to find Fantoon and Ridley, which I believe she does not know where it is. So, welcome back, Timon. I don't
Yeah,
know if you caught what
sorry,
happened.
little technical difficulty. I haven't seen much, but I heard we were fighting Dragon, is that right?
Yes.
That's correct. Yes.
And it's all good, homie. The internet is always a little unreliable.
All over the place.
Yes. Mrock, in case if you did not see Timon, Mrock has beaten Dragon and with an incredibly risky play, using speed boot charges to kill Dragon with only one E-Tank at the time. So Mrock does pick up two second E-Tank. Now, and Wave, it is a regular shopping mall out here for Mrock right now.
It's a nice item to get. You have charge. You like to see some beams.
Right. Now, Wave might not be, the most exciting beam for a lot of folks, but Wave, I kind of consider Wave to be, your what are your utility items, one of your bread and butter beams. So, it helps you get through, a lot of stuff. Exactly, Merrick. Wave owns. So, I'm sure Mrock is pretty pleased about that. I think you can do a lot with charge and wave. And crazdgamer, I think, is kind of having a little bit of a hard time catching up here. Trying to scout some supers right now. Mrock doing a little bit of backtracking. Tim, and I've noticed that there is a lot of backtracking in this seed. I've noticed that.
And nice high five, but we have one time spring ball, one time not spring ball, and
right.
crazdgamer
Now, of course, it
not
is
opting to do the crumble jumps, which I'm totally fair. Like it's
totally
difficult
fair.
to crumble jumps and.
Tim and I do not blame crazdgamer for not going for that. I have seen, the best of the best fall without, without spring ball. I have seen the best of the best fall through that floor, and it is a gamble that I would rather not take myself. So
definitely.
Mrock finding a full reload station, which is kind of cool, but not really something that she needs right now.
We had full resources, and then you find that room. Aw, man. Cannot be a worse timing, literally.
Steve in chat does point out something pretty interesting, and so does Homunculus. But, Mrock does have the ability to pop tune kill Fantoon. Speaking of Fantoon, we have a dead save station here, so Fantoon is not far away. And I know that Mrock can pop tune, unlike yours truly here. I cannot pop tune. So it's only a matter of time before Mrock finds Fantoon.
Yeah, now with our power bombs in this room, we can clear the blocks with some more run speed and likely check the item first. I would assume.
Mrock, of course, was in this room earlier and was not able to get that tight speed boot charge to get through there. Like I said earlier, that is one of the tightest in the game. So, Mrock getting grapple, which of course gives her even more mobility than than what she already has. Maybe it's not the most exciting item right now, but if she needs it, she will be able to get through some rooms, some specific rooms with it, because she does not have space jump. So And in the meantime, I feel like crazdgamer is just having a really rough go at it right now, trying
Trying to find places here in Brinstar.
Yeah, crazdgamer is in sort of a tough spot right now. He is really struggling to explore the map and find progression in a way that mrock is not. And this is, some of what, this kind of goes back to some of what Sephi and I were talking about earlier. mrock seems to have a really good intuition for reading the shape of the map and where to go. And that is a skill in and of itself. I do not possess that skill. Hence why I don't play Map Rando, because I'm really bad at it. But crazdgamer is definitely having a harder time picking through this map. You can kind of see the look on his face a little bit as he's looking at the map. He's really trying to just figure this out, and it's a tough one. This map is very different than the last map. The last map was mean. It was mean. And this map is a lot more just mysterious, I think.
Mysterious, that's good.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more
So-
obtuse, to use that word.
That's too much for my lingo. But I like that word. We take that.
Well, something to point out here, Timon, is that Crazed has located Dragon, but has opted not to go for the fight yet. I guess I can't say I blame him too much. Ooh, that's tough right there. I can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to do something that mrock was doing earlier, which is using speed boot charge to get up to those rooms.
Oh, up the mountain here. Mm-hmm.
Good,
Nice.
he's able to
Also-
pull it off. Nice.
Also makes it the same way.
And
Jump across.
mrock has not found a map yet for Norfair, so she is still exploring room to room.
Yeah, we are very close here. Somewhere here should be the path towards the map. Going for... In this loadout, having high jump and speed boost, you can do a running jump out of the door to make it up. Another... Nice. Nicely done. There are some things you can do without high jump or without speed booster, etc. Combinations of items.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things in that room how to get up there.
Okay. Good, and crazdgamer is going after Dragon. I had a feeling that that's what he was going for. I feel like it was kind of taking him a moment to decide if he could do it or not, but he is going for it. And I think that this is the right call at this point, because that map is locked behind Dragon, and he really needs information right now. This is still going to be an extremely brutal fight for him, given his resources. This is brutal. mrock on Fantoon right now. No, not going for Pop Tune. Interesting. Okay.
Looked like we started going for it, but then we stopped.
Yeah, it could be that maybe she decided to back off from it. I know from what she's told me before, she's not as confident on Pop Tune, I think. It is also possible that maybe the patterns she's seeing are not patterns that she's comfortable with. I know from talking to her that mrock feels a little bit more comfortable with Doppler strats on Fantoon, and that is what she's trying to go for. crazdgamer. Oh my god! Everybody, hold for
Close
crazdgamer.
fight.
Oh my
It's a tough
gosh.
fight. You need to shoot the goop. Try to shoot it early as possible so you can run under Dragon. Nicely done there.
Oh,
Unfortunately, we
okay,
were in health
skilled
bomb.
dodges right here.
Now another nice charge shot, trying to farm some missiles here from the goop. We get quite a lot of missiles.
Yes. Something I have noticed too, crazdgamer does not seem to be taking advantage of the invulnerability that Screw Attack does give one. And again, in the heat of the moment, it can be hard to remember that, your options sometimes. Ooh, mrock not getting that speed boot charge there like she wanted to, so she is going to use some power bombs to clear those boogers there. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to call them.
I see the OJ. Okay, crazdgamer. Dragon should be very low.
All right, Craze, take it home, don't get caught. Okay.
The super despawned just before. The drops in here despawn so fast from the goop. I don't know why.
I think he's
disappear.
Oh, 15 health. Can crazdgamer make it out of this situation alive? Does land a few missile shots. One hook.
Going
from that
for
tail.
shots.
This is so scary. Oh my gosh, Timon. This is okay. crazdgamer taking advantage of the invulnerability that Screw Attack gives you by just jumping through Dragon's shrimp tail.
Okay.
Okay.
Get some missiles.
Going for more missiles. Ooh, 3 shots. 2 more. Craze has done it. Yo, big shout outs for Craze. That was a brutal fight with very limited resources that he he slammed through that fight. Using a gravity jump to get up, to the map room. That was, a crazy fight by Crazed. So now with more information and Dragon kill under his belt, he is checking the map out, trying to figure out what his options are. There are several nearby majors. So he's weighing his options right now. Seems a little frustrated just by reading his face. He still does not have any form of bomb, so...
Speaking of bombs, mrock just picked up bombs itself as a major. It's very nice for just having 5 power bombs. It makes it a lot more comfy sometimes.
Yes, that was a very scary fight from Crazed, but dang, he pulled that one through, and that was incredibly I'm very impressed with that fight. That was a lot of endurance. That was a lot of risky plays. Very impressive. I believe Lava Dive is in Logic. Nobody quote me on that. Unless I'm right, and then you can quote me on that.
I believe with high jump it is, yeah.
Yes. Then you can quote me on that. Heck yeah. But crazdgamer has yet to get to Fantoon. mrock is still pretty far ahead. A ton of items. mrock has a ton of ammunition here. 50 missiles. Craze trying to make that speed boot charge jump again, but having some difficulty with it. And to be fair, that is perfectly fair. There's not a lot of time to get that.
We are going straight for the map for mrock. Not even in Wretched Shaft. I think the item we skipped it. We just killed Fantoon, so the room is on. So it's a difficult item to get in Wretched Shaft.
mrock progressing into a brand new area. And, she just has so many utility items that are just helping her out. Power bombs, regular bombs, wave, high jump. I hate to say it because Crazed is playing. I'm really impressed with Crade's boss fight. Crazed. I'm really impressed with his boss fights, but Imrock is just so far ahead at this point. I think if Imrock can keep a clear head, and remember, keep a good memory of the map, I think that she's gonna just keep pulling ahead here.
So we just saw the map in criteria for mrock. There are a couple majors, probably like the beams, most likely just below. But we decided to. We don't need anything right now. We're going places. Into Meridia. Next map, find Ridley. And have we seen Mother Brain yet?
I have not. I don't think so. But Imrock has seen the location of the ship, so she does know where that is, and that gives her more knowledge. Craze picking up a power bomb. Also, I would like to say that Imrock just picked up plasma from actually one of my favorite rooms in the game. But I could see which is the fish tank. I believe that's the fish tank. I also might be crazy and have completely forgotten the name of that room. But Main Street, thank you so much. See, this is why
it's a great room. Fish tank is also a great room.
Right.
Oh.
This is why I have knowledgeable friends next to me to help me out during this kind of stuff, because I have been speedrunning the game for, 5 years in multiple categories, but that doesn't mean that I know what I'm doing or know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So, Imrock giving us the hold please and discovering Ridley's location.
Farming
and,
up before, very smart decision, I think.
One thing I wanted to point out about Main Street, again, thank you, Timon, is that I did notice that Imrock was trying to go for the hundo strat in Main Street, which is the short charge at the bottom of Main Street. And that is another incredibly tight advanced short charge. It's very hard to pull off. It's either a stutter 3 tap or a 4 tap, and that is honestly one of my favorite short charges in the game. It was always very rewarding to get it the first time when I was doing hundo. Imrock is now fighting Ridley, and I think that she's probably looking for some very sweet revenge, Timon. What do you think?
This revenge is gonna be sweet. We have with Wave and with Varia. We're just gonna have a little dance. Look at this with high jump. It's a dance. Like that's the Ridley fight. Like I said. There's not much more going on. We're always halfway through the fight. This pogo pet on constant.
Imrock not opting to use supers here. Maybe she'll switch to them if he starts pogoing.
Yeah, stay in the comfy place. Maybe a shot off after the swoop should.
Solid fight here. Imrock opting to save her supers, which is not a bad idea. And I think she could afford to get away with it too. Just monster resources here, and crazdgamer in the meantime picking up a lot of finally making it into a part of Brinstar, where there's a lot of majors that Imrock picked up a while back. So crazdgamer is making progression, but it's coming a little bit too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, now it's just chase for Mother Brain. I think there's Meridia and Turian left.
No,
Meridia
Tim, and you can correct me if
mapped
I'm
right
wrong, but
here.
I don't think that
Mhm.
we've seen Mother Brain yet, right? We don't know where her room
No, we
is.
have not. We have
Okay.
not. Mrock
And
also made
Thursday
sure.
says she is not here in Meridia, so I'm guessing that Imrock is gonna duck out of here as fast as possible.
Take the boots in your hands and just go.
Right. And I think Imrock is, picking up the extra E-tank is the right call because that does give her a little bit of safety for the Mother Brain fight, which is, if you can afford it, that's certainly not a bad thing to do. Nobody likes dying at Mother Brain Phase 2. It's or at the beginning of or Mother Brain Phase 2. So there's nothing wrong with picking up a safety tank if it's right in front of you. And Crazed Gamer picking up high jump boots. Again, Imrock just had some really solid intuition for this map, I think. And Crazed Gamer had a little bit more of some struggles trying to figure out where to go and what to do. And we'll see what happens here. In the previous match, we kind of had some similar circumstances here, where Imrock's intuition for the map really carried her through. In the early game, but Crazed Gamer's perhaps better judgment carried him through to the second game to victory. So we're going to see what happens here. I think that Imrock is playing with some extra confidence here, especially after that Ridley kill. Timon, what do you think? What's your analysis here? I think Imrock has this match in the bag. I think she's playing pretty smart on this one.
Yeah. So after my full and deep analysis of this current match playing, I think she has this in the bag. Crazed Gamer still needs to we just finished the loop around in Brimstar, right? We got the majors, we got our mobility, our movement, but Mrock is just a little bit too far ahead, heading towards our last area where we will. No, it's not all. I think wrecked ship is also open still. It has to be after Turian then. But we will likely see a game 3.
Crazed Gamer mining for power bombs right now, and that's a little bit of a rough mine. Those little bugs right there don't like dropping those power bombs, but he does after a moment get some. So, but it looks like he's loading up because he, and that's smart because he needs to make sure that he has a way to get back if he needs to. Imrock
So what's
continuing
nice, we
to
just
explore. Go ahead, Timon.
going towards Turian now, and the last room before Turian where Mother Brain is likely in is the ship. So we might have a very short escape. Maybe you can even remember it from these couple rooms. But let's see where Mother Brain is hiding. Then we
Imrock
have
opting to
4
not
things.
go that way, and instead going up. Finds herself in the Red Key Hunter stairs. It looks like she's definitely going for the map, but there's some a little bit of
Decisive
yeah.
indecision.
I mean, of course, she does not know this. Only we do, but she can afford the indecisiveness, and but I'm sure that she's still, she's still playing her heart out right now. Ooh. Well, sometimes it doesn't pay off, but hey, you know what? She did pick up another super missile pack. It's not really something that she needs at this point, but it will allow her to melt Mother Brain a little bit faster. So, I mean, there is that.
100%. Mother Brain has no chance with 30 supers. Going
Right.
back up here. Have to go
Um,
back up the Key Hunter shaft, unfortunately. But we have Screw Attack, which make this room a lot easier.
yes. One of the glorious things about Hundo, speaking as a former Hundo speedrunner, I may not miss the Hundo mid game, but sometimes I miss that Hundo late game because you don't have to worry about nothing going through you have to worry about your movement, obviously, but you can just screw attack through those key hunters like nobody's business, and nice.
Just showed off a first try. Green
Yes.
Gate glitch.
I know, right? What a pop off there with that first try green gate glitch shot there. Very impressive. Mrock picking up the Turian map, and crazdgamer exploring Criteria, but still behind. Hasn't gotten to Fantoon or Ridley yet, and even is unfortunately for crazdgamer just falling further behind. Mrock is really picking up speed here. But he is getting some knowledge from this map. There's a lot of majors there, which he could go for. He is running out of power bombs, so that might be something a little scary for him. And
yeah, this is the decision for crazdgamer where mrock had it up and didn't go for these extra majors in the bottom of Criteria.
crazdgamer finding bomb chorizo and getting a third E-tank, so which means he can now survive a Mother Brain fight. And he definitely needs it, but he's just unfortunately still so far behind.
And there is the map.
And Mrock, finally reaching the Turian map, discovers Mother Brain's location. And, I think that, we're starting to approach the end game here for Mrock, and, she's got solid resources, solid items. It appears to me that she's got this in the bag. So, Timon, let me get your thoughts here. Obviously, if you're crazdgamer, you're an hour into this match. You obviously don't know. Thank you, Arian Rot. I made another mistake. I got my colors mixed up because I'm a little crazy.
No one can distinguish
Yes.
Red Chip and Turian. No one.
Yes. One color looks like mustard, and one color, I don't know what you would call that shade of yellow green, but Mother Brain, Mrock is initiating the Mother Brain fight. I'm
Be a little careful here
right.
on our health. We have hundreds, but
now, of course, Mrock, I can see her confidence, I can feel her confidence, but she still needs to be careful here. Mother Brain, you never mess around with Mother Brain, or you find out. You know what I mean, Timon?
Mother Brain can end a lot of dreams.
Right. We have all. Ooh.
Oh my
taking
gosh.
a ketchup beam to the face. Oh my gosh. Mrock, girl.
Oh.
Girl, you are gonna give me a heart attack today. Oh my gosh. Okay. Mrock making it out of the Mother Brain fight with 4 health to spare, although, let's not forget that, she does have reserves, but still,
It can be a triple hit. It's still.
Well, I just wanted to plug in a little bit of dramatic tension there for folks in chat. It's a little. I'm trying to plug in some dramatic tension. That is the storyteller in me. So mrock has a minute 20 escape here. She is so far ahead, and I feel for crazdgamer here. This was a very not a mean map like the last one, but this was an obtuse map. This was a hard map to figure out, I think. And of course, we are an hour in. I'm sure that crazdgamer is aware of the fact that we're an hour in and conscious of that and worried about that. But if I were him, I'm not sure what my options would be other than just keep going and, looking for Fantoon and Ridley, which I haven't seen his map in a minute, but I don't know if he knows where those bosses are.
Make sure to count your lovey checks. Side.
And mrock has 20 seconds to spare. She is getting this. mrock sinks game 2 with 15 seconds to spare on her escape timer, finishing at let me double check this time. Okay. I lost track of my race time GG window.
That's okay. 106.24.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a pretty unusual. This and no objectives are probably usually not the first picks of racers, because it feels kind of. How do you play these seeds without having to fight the bosses? It's a lot different. And one thing that Chet pointed out, also no Mother Brain 2. So after we kill the 4 Metro rooms, the gates to Mother Brain 1 are open. We have to destroy the glass, kill Mother Brain 1, and then immediately the escape starts. So you also have to keep that in mind. You don't need the ammo to kill Mother Brain 2.
Yeah, this is a highly volatile and chaotic category. The Metroid objectives. Find the 4 Korean Metroid rooms across the map, kill them instead of the bosses. No Mother Brain Phase 2, so you don't even have to survive Metroid, the Rainbow Beam. You just got to beat Mother Brain 1. So this is an incredibly strange and chaotic and volatile category, and we're going to see it firsthand right here on SpeedGaming 4. And I am very excited about this, Tim. And we are in match 3, and the stakes are high. They are unreal. Winner goes on to round 2 to face Albies in the bronze bracket, and loser goes is out of the tournament. So this is huge.
Okay. One thing, we have a ship start basically. I don't know if you remember the Map Rando days last year, but we started at the ship, and the ship was basically the second room, and first divergence already. mrock went down towards the map maybe, and crazdgamer had a little bit better chance on going right in the ship because we found morph and bombs.
Right. This is just an unreal first decision that was made here. Sometimes it's just like, what are you going to do? Left door, right door. Sometimes, you don't know ahead of time which one's going to be the right one if you're just starting out and you have no map to work with. And crazdgamer had the right call. mrock picked up an E-tank, but crazdgamer got the bombs and the morph right at the start and the super pack. But mrock is, already catching up here, and this is a tough call. This is tough here. crazdgamer makes it up the slope here, makes it up the cliff by bomb jumping. Bomb jumping is hard. Bomb jumping is hard. That's a thing not to underestimate. I have had moments where I thought I've been really good at it, and I've had moments where I was just like, oh wow, I actually got bodied trying to bomb jump. So hold missile pack.
Oh,
Okay,
missile
Crazy
pack.
Gamer ends up not going for that missile pack, and I don't blame him because I mean if he had gone for it, that door would have closed, and then there would have just been no logical way out of that room for him. I mean, he could have bomb jumped, but he didn't have a way to kill those golden pirates. So that was a dead end. And that's a costly dead end because, you know, bomb jumping up there, it's a volatile, hard thing to do. And, you know, it was a play that ended up costing him. And now he's having to get morph and bombs again.
I
So if
thought
anything,
first maybe it's mrock has to get there anyway, but look at this. We got the map and we immediately
yeah,
see at the top right we don't need to go there. Apart
right.
from when it
Imrock
starts
has
there.
Yes, Imrock has figured out that there's no reason to go there. Crazed. I mean, you know, bomb jumping is in hard logic. I mean, it's not a bad play to make that move, but it ended up being the wrong move and a costly one. So, but I don't blame him. I probably would have done the same thing. But Imrock has already picked up the map. Crazy Gamer is trying to do something really tough here. This is a lot of delayed wall jumps, and he makes it after a few attempts. That is, I can't begin to say how hard that is. That's some difficult tech there. Imrock picking up high jump boots. Oh my god.
Great pickup here. I like the high jump boots early, especially before speed. Then you don't have to deal with the speed stuff. Unfortunately, this is the last major here in this area. We go straight to Binster now to the top, and we have to leave this major behind because it's behind a powerbomb door, which is quite unfortunate. Do we go back here after we get powerbombed? Because it could be a logical thing. It could be some huge item, anything. But that's a decision our runners have to make when they find power bombs.
Crazy Gamer picking up the map. Now, with the understanding of knowing where everything is in this first area, Imrock makes a safety save here. Crazy Gamer not that far behind Imrock. And you know, this is just how volatile Map Rando can be. Crazy Gamer started out really strong here with a strong lead, but you know, just again, he picked the wrong strat in the wrong room, and it's already cost him. And that's just how it goes sometimes. Interesting that this major item is here at the very beginning, but locked behind a power bomb. So I'm curious what it could be, and I'm curious if it's the key to progression here.
That's frustrating on Nimrock's side. Bomb jump just at the top, missed the last bomb.
Crazy Gamer coming to the realization that he cannot get through to that missile pack right there because the Gonk bots are deactivated because the planet is not awake yet. Or Fantoon's not dead. One of the two, whichever comes first. And okay, Imrock has got to be careful here because she could lose her lead if she doesn't land these bomb jumps here. And y'all, I am not kidding. What Imrock is doing here is not easy. This is very hard. It takes a sense of rhythm. It takes a sense of timing. Hold. Everybody hold. Can I get some holds in the chat?
I'm holding. Going extra safe, extra high up. Nice.
Yes. Imrock makes it up, but gonna mute for just 1 second.
So I'm not going the last possible way. crazdgamer will likely go the same way to Brinstar. It's the last thing we can do at this point. There's one major left, which is behind power bombs, as we said before. Now we're getting into next area where the map is so far away that yeah, checking some doors left and right in these rooms. Definitely the play. Finding a save is nice up here.
Okay.
We don't need to repeat the bomb jump if we die, for example. It's nice.
I had to mute my microphone for a moment because I had to sneeze a whole lot. It is spring in the here right now, and there's pollen everywhere, and I'm constantly sneezing. So I did not want to blow y'all's ears off with me sneezing. So, thank you, Cryptic. So crazdgamer having to do this bomb jump again, but showing some pretty good skill here by pulling it off. Without a lot of trouble.
Getting the last bomb, nice. Caught up some time to mrock. Comparison in that bomb jump. Get another
Thank you for the
here.
gazoon height in chat. I appreciate that.
Can continue to the left here on this side. I have high jump. This room completely in logic.
Both of our runners checking the map, making their way through Brinstar, but we still don't have really a clear idea of where to go yet. So we're just kind of blind checking things. crazdgamer makes the option to go up the elevator, whereas mrock was checking the rooms around. Gosh, and it's crazy. Ooh. This room is such a huge pain, Timon, because you know, this room right here. You know, it don't mind me getting on my soapbox here a little bit. This room right here is one of the reasons why I don't do hundo speedrunning anymore, because if you make one mistake in there and fall on either side instead of the both, your run is pretty much over, and you've already put like, I don't know, 30, 40 minutes into it, so not fun. And I definitely lost some PB paces back in the day when I was doing hundo, because of just falling on one side.
Here it is. Luckily, our next progression item was power bombs, so we're not too far away of the major. Going into single chamber, yeah, that's not a good way. But that means that single chamber is the way back. And mrock immediately realizes that.
Ooh, this is so scary for
Here
mrock
it comes
here.
into play. So mrock's slight more checking before going up the elevator gave her an E-tank. And with this E-tank, she's able to get past this room and has a farm here. It's a perfect scenario.
Girl,
Right?
please, you're gonna give me a heart attack today.
It's gonna be close for Crest.
She is making so many crazy risky plays. And unfortunately, crazdgamer does suffer this match's first KO here.
Yeah, and didn't find the safe up in Caterpillar up room.
I did not find the save, and that is, that is a tough loss right here, and it's gonna put mrock ahead. Charge beam, mrock pretty rewarded for this highly risky play here.
Another early charge. Which it's not like charge. We are in Metroid's objective. Unfortunately, charge is not the biggest finds.
Okay, that does make sense. So
maybe we don't need to kill bosses. Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. So we don't need to clear bosses here. So maybe charge is not the craziest or the most useful item here for her to get. But you know, if there are, Craze is beating himself up over finding that save station. just came to the realization of like, you know, yeah, he just came to the realization that you know he could have, if he explored just a little bit more, he would have not had to get punished for that KO so early on. But
Grace needs to go into this door. Okay, there's an E-tank behind.
mhm. Also, cat jams in the
That's
audience. um,
always welcome.
so like Timon was saying, I do want to sort of keep talking about what Timon was saying. Ooh, Imrock taking a nasty hit there. These Meridia creatures, you know, they hit like a freight train if you do not have Varia and Gravity. But yeah, I would like to bring up, you know, something that Timon, you were talking about earlier. Yes, let's all remember that this is the Metroid category, so the only thing that we truly need to kill here is the Metroids, which don't require charge to kill, really. I mean, essentially, you know, you need either, you know, just ice and missiles and supers, or, you know, I guess if you're unlucky, power bombs, which nobody wants to do that, but I guess, you know, if they have to, they have to. But, you know, that doesn't mean that charge isn't going to be needed or useful to have. You know, it is possible that they might run into a situation where they have to cross Dragon or Phantoon or any or really any boss to get to a Metroid room. So charge might not be the most exciting item in this situation, but it could be helpful. We don't know yet.
Yeah. And as Lefty in chat pointed out, Emrock got the save up top there, and now can go back for the major check. It's likely a progressive major because of power bombs, I would assume. But if it's not,
Right.
we can get right back to the last save.
And I'm kind of thinking the same exact thing, Timon, because you know that major item was locked away so early at the beginning behind a power bomb. I'm thinking, my theory is that you know it's going to be more important. But we'll see about this. We'll see about this. This is a particularly odd situation. Yeah, it could be nothing, but it could be something, or it could be nothing that they need. So we'll find out here in a little bit.
So crazdgamer now in this situation because he followed the bot room, the hallway here. What is it? The halfy hallway.
Yeah.
So he found his charge, found the single chamber rooms, but still we need to get the power bombs from the pirate shaft after Gauntlet.
Emma finding herself
So
in
we
a
have to-
curious little room right here. This might be a little tricky. This is our power bomb that we talked about. I think if she gets a running start, she'll be okay. But
Yeah.
we're about to have our answers here. So let's
Let's see.
find out. Survey says Ice Beam,
Ice.
which is 100% what we need right now for the Metroid. So this is a hugely critical item here. And Imrock has it, which puts her at a significant advantage right now. So, you know, I gotta be honest with you, Timon. I mean, you know, we don't know where the Metroid rooms are at all, but Imrock has a lot of what she needs already, which is kind of crazy. So I mean, I don't know. We have no idea what the game is going to hold in store for us, because there could be a lot of U-turns and a lot of crazy stuff ahead of us. But the fact that Imrock already has Ice Beam has got to give her some peace of mind, I think.
I think so too. Having Ice Beam just makes it you don't have to think about, oh, I only have 5 power rooms. What if I run into 2 Metroid rooms? Need the power rooms for them. All of that is gone. Then you have the Zap skip also. That's a huge thing. So we need a little bit more ammo, and we are good to go in most situations. Of course, we are not good to go in the sense that we might have troublesome and hard rooms to go through. Suitless. We are still suitless here.
Still
So the seat,
suitless, yeah.
there's still a lot of play to have in the scene. It's not over. It's not just like a boss rush. There's way too little mobility on our loadout right now.
Okay, hold for crazed, everybody. I think he's got a little bit more safety here. But it's still tight. Ooh, beautiful bounce off of that red ball there. Beautiful. That is so hard to do. I'm not even joking. It's so hard to do.
That's
So
a
Craze is gonna go ahead. Go ahead.
suitless. That's a suitless ball boost. I don't think I've ever seen that.
I run KPDR, Timon, and I can't get that ball boost there.
It's a hard strategy.
Yeah, you gotta be fast to get it. I mean, I'm very impressed with that. Great play by Crazed Gamer. Mrock leaning into supers
Batoon.
for Batoon. Yes, Batoon. Somebody, Lofter, our tracker. Thank you, Lofter. Today's manual tracker for us. Did point out earlier that we'll probably need charge for Batoon, and of course, Lofter is correct. And Mrock doing her best to take out Batoon, which Batoon can be a very weird fight. You know, if you don't have a lot of ammunition or beams to work with, and yeah, it can be a very frustrating fight that costs a lot of time, but she is getting through it, and she knows how to play the fight safely too, which is good.
Yeah, actually, funny side fact. The last match of Mrock, they also had a bomb lock in the first map. Got charged as the third major. And we had a not even with ice at 5 supers. I think we had a bottom fight. So this is similar than last week. It's kind of interesting having bot-wound forced seeds twice in a row.
Right. Oh, but yeah, this is a very, very long fight. If anybody has seen any low percent ice runs, I imagine you've probably seen this fight, what this fight looks like before. You know, and of course, low ice is a popular category right now, and it's a really cool category too. No pun intended, by the way. If anybody caught that. Or maybe the pun was intended. Oh, I know.
Weird.
So,
item. This first match, crazdgamer missed out on the Bubble Mountain item, and this match we didn't get it on Emirates. Yeah, in landing side, the jump here, the delayed wall jumps that crazdgamer is trying to do with high
Mrock
jumps.
not happy about what's this robot's name? I forget. It's been a long time since I've Shack Tool. Thank you. Mrock not happy about Shack Tool. It's been a long time since I've done Hundo, so I don't normally have to deal with Shack Tool. Big weasel. Oh, I feel for Crazed Gamer here. He is having trouble getting up the left hill or cliff right here. And again, like I was saying earlier, these delayed wall jumps going up this left hill are pretty tough. I remember, yeah, it's pretty tough. It's just tough. It's tough getting up there.
Everyone was used to be so good at these because of ship start. to do them almost every seed.
Right. And I remember when arcade was a thing, you kind of needed to have good delayed wall jumps. But I think for maybe newer runners or maybe less experienced runners or newer map or newer rando players, delayed wall jumps are kind of a tricky thing. And I would go so far as to say that for even intermediate players, delayed wall jumps are still kind of a tricky thing sometimes. Because they don't exactly feel natural. So, I don't know. There's a delayed wall jump that I do in any percent KPDR to get through Red Tower. That it's the Red Tower down grab strat. It's a very tricky thing to do, and you do it at the very top, and if you miss it, it costs you so much. And I don't know. Sometimes trying to do the delayed wall jump feels like pulling Samus through, I don't know, really thick air, really humid air. I don't know. Or fog, really thick fog, if that makes any sense. I don't know.
Makes a lot of
Kind of like
sense.
the fog so thick you can cut it with a knife, kind of like how Bugs Bunny used to do.
Okay, mrock going around and clicking left and right, checking some doors. Debated for a little bit if we want to go past the green gates one way. Map is right past this Uber ride. Get in to the car and
Oh my gosh,
exit.
Timon! Imrock!
What's that?
Oh, she is. Ooh,
I don't think we will get back, but we had a save right there. Now we got the map. There's one
how
major
far did
point.
she save back? How far did she save back? Please be careful, Imrock. You are doing something so scary. Girl, you are gonna.
I think we have
Ooh!
enough health for this. Must be ship
Oh.
save, right? No, there's a save right here.
Yeah, okay,
Not
so
too
the save's
far
not too
away.
far back, but that is really, really tough.
Oh! What room
Ooh,
is
no,
it?
wait, this is
I
very far back.
forgot
Oh
about
my
that.
gosh. Rip. Oh, I
Taking
feel.
it.
Ooh! Imrock,
Okay.
being careful. Play. Oh, this is scary.
This is scary. Oh, have to move pretty fast for the particles there in that corner. Nice. And crazdgamer. Now, same outfit, same inventory. Also into bot lane. It's also
We have our
nice.
runners doing a high
Super.
five moment here, both taking on bot 2 at the same time. With this. Oh! Ouch.
That's okay. We are 2 rooms away from that. It's okay.
Hey,
But
it
having to do
happens to
this
all of
fight.
us. We've all died. We've all been KO'd by the snake
Snack.
before. The snake before. I know that I have lost any percent runs to getting killed right here. So I mean, it's tough.
We are.
But
Okay.
Nevi in chat is pointing out something really big right here. That Imrock is working with more information here, having been to ooh. That's tough.
crazdgamer
That's
not
tough.
standing in the back corner. Maybe not knowing about the safe spot in the back corner. Of course, it's only a safe spot after bot one is done doing the spitting animation. But yeah, we have the map. Nice decision to save after bot wound, so whatever happens, we don't have to fight the snack again. Twice is enough. One seat.
Our runners are pretty close to each other, I would dare say, but oh, that map is very far away in Meridia. Our runners are pretty close to each other, I would dare say, but I mean, Imrock is a little far ahead with a little bit more information.
Maybe trying to see what we can do here in Brinstar still. SpeedGamer is not standing
We're
in
getting
the
the
far
hold
corner.
please
This is
motion from
scary. This
mrock.
is scary. Oh my god. Okay. Nice fight. That was a quick one then.
Getting a good judgment call from mrock here. Crazed makes his way on the third attempt of Batroon.
Not the safe. Like, that was... Why would you decide to go back out of that room and save, right? Probably a safe play. There's probably a way where someone does it. But crazdgamer might run into the same issue with the map. So you can't get back out.
I think both runners are probably trying to play it safe here. They want to win. They want to win this match. They want to go on to round 2 to face Albies. I feel like they're playing hard here, but they're also playing safe with the saves and stuff. So, but anything could tilt the balance right now. This is still any person's game. mrock farming for some more resources here. She does have another E-tank than crazdgamer. crazdgamer getting a heated room and backing out. Oh, I could see what he was trying to do there. That was painful. Oh,
Finding out speed
dang.
booster.
King Cack claims another
no.
victim. You hate to
Cack.
see it. mrock kind of taking advantage of this moment by pulling a little further ahead.
Now having speed booster. Not sure if it unlocks yet, or if you know if it unlocks anything.
Ooh, I think Crazed is having a bit of a rough situation here. He accidentally killed that red bug. It's not what he wanted. You could see it on his face. He's getting a little frustrated. I'm hoping, for his sake, that he doesn't tunnel vision, because we have seen some tunnel visions here today. It is something that happens to the best of us. Oh, King Cack. Oh.
Wow.
King Cack playing
Nice.
very mean today. But Crazed making it over. And, with a good pro level, good pro delayed wall jump too. Right side Bubble Mountain is tough because it requires, some delayed wall jumps. crazdgamer running into Shack Tool and opting to turn the other way, which...
And we are giving a second round of Shack Tool. Why not? We get another little tiny break. So we can kill Shack Tool again.
Thinking about it here, in a competitive Map Rando competition, running into Shack Tool is probably a pretty frustrating thing because, I'm sure, because, there's a lot of time it takes to get through this room, and, in the back of your mind, you're wondering, is this worth it? Is this the right call? Is this the right play? And in the heat of the moment, it's hard to tell. Because if it's the wrong move, then you just use up a lot of time.
Oh, crazdgamer has to be careful. This is close.
Careful!
3 HP.
Oh my word! You better be careful. Oh, you've got to be. Oh no! You could see how frustrated he was on his face there. I saw the 1,000-yard eye roll there. Oh, he has got to be so frustrated with that. That is so unfortunate. To make it all the way through that, that heated room, just to get killed by a spike on the other side is so rough. And I'm hoping that crazdgamer pulls through here, doesn't get locked in his own head about that, and doesn't, tunnel vision here. Because like I said, we've already seen some tunnel visions today. And, I'm hoping that he, keeps his focus here and, just...
I'm still so nervous about this position, Bastion. I'm sorry.
I
we're
know,
sitting.
I'm
Yep,
nervous
that's why.
too.
That's why some patterns will catch you there. No, we knock backed.
mrock trying to figure out what her next move is. I think she's expressing some frustration. You can kind of see it on her face a little bit. This looks like a tough call. So Timon, since we have a moment to breathe here, mrock is...
Moment to breathe, crazdgamer, unfortunately. Only to bot-one.
crazdgamer is having a really tough time with Batoon. He has already fought Batoon, already beaten him, and having to play him again. You could see that he's struggling. You can see that he's getting frustrated. He just really needs to be careful. Just hold on.
Oh, I see.
Keep your focus.
So on the mrock's side, we're trying to do the gravity jump through the door, but we also have eyes.
Ooh,
Trying to make the stairs.
Okay, I believe mrock can climb this. mrock can climb this. She was trying to make the gravity jump.
The Metroid is stuck.
Oh, mrock. Okay. You could see her sigh there. That was a sigh I think everybody in the room felt. Crazed. Oh no, I feel for you so hard. That's rough. That is so rough. Ooh. He is losing a lot of time to this fight, and I'm worried, Timon. I'm worried about Crazed here because I think he's tunnel visioning here, and... Ooh.
Yeah, the approach to this fight just it's a little. We usually see on Botwoon that we try to do like we stand in the back left corner, do jump and straight shots, right? Try to time them that they hit. Cresty's approach, we see it here. It's a little bit forward position and a diagonal shot. Trying to hit with diagonal shots, and things to go further forward, and a lot of pedals don't hit this position.
I could see what he's doing here, and I think, I think he just doesn't know the save position. A few people in chat have pointed this out, and I think that they're correct. I think Crazed is getting a little knowledge gapped here, and it does happen. It does happen. It does happen. This is... if you're not aware of the safe corner in the bottom left corner, you can...
Yeah. I think it's just diagonal.
Oh, he's pushing forward a little bit more. Just hold back just a little bit, and you got this, Crazed.
So no,
okay, Crazed makes it through the Batoon fight. Crazed is pushing forward. I'm hoping that he finds a save spot. Okay, he is opting to go back and take the save, so he doesn't have to do that again. I think at this point it is the right call, but it's tough. I'm sure. I'm hoping that, because I do think that he kind of tunnel visioned a little bit there. It does happen with Map Rando. We saw it happen with with mrock in match 1. I'm hoping crazdgamer can push past this moment in his mind and just keep pushing forward. But mrock, gotta say, is pretty far ahead here. If you were looking at their item layout, it doesn't look too different, but I mean, she's just so far ahead at this point. She has
Mm-hmm.
10 more max missiles and speed boots.
And I
It's gonna
think
be rough.
2 further maps already collected. So we just collected the Norfair map. We saw, I think it's Mother Brain and 2 Metroid rooms that we see in this area. So we could just, I don't know if there's small majors that we want to grab. These Metroid rooms could also be done later, depending on how the route works out. This Mother Brain is here.
Mrock does pick up plasma, which is like, not the greatest thing. Not the thing that she really needs right now, but it could save her bacon if she runs into a situation where she has to fight a boss. Mrock having to go through heated rooms without protection. crazdgamer is probably thinking about playing these rooms as safely as possible. He is double checking the map to see what's there. So crazdgamer picks up speed boot charge, which he really, I'm sure he's relieved at getting. I'm curious what he's going to do here. There's a lot. All right, he is going to be farming for more health. Probably not a bad idea. I don't blame him for doing this. But this is a tough spot to mine for health.
Okay, and Mrock decided that's the play that she will do. We will end in that area. So the 2 Metroid rooms there, do them later.
Mrock is looking at the map, trying to figure out her next move. crazdgamer, interestingly enough, and well, I don't know, might be the right call to not go for that map in those heated rooms there. That's probably what he's thinking. So,
trying to figure out where to go right.
He's probably thinking he doesn't have the resources to go for that yet. crazdgamer finding a connecting bridge between 2 points on the map, struggling to figure out where to go next. Mrock is farming in Pink Brinstar. crazdgamer making the save.
Also, I think trying to farm for power bombs, Mrock's power bombs at 2 right now, that's not very comfortable.
I hate to say this, Timon, but I think both of our runners might be a little lost here. This is a tricky map. I feel like there's a lot of options in this map, Timon, and not all of those options pay off. And having this excess of choices might be a little overwhelming. Do you think that's what's going on?
Maybe, yeah. So I don't especially remember what crazdgamer missed to not find Norfair up top. Right now, in this moment, what he's overlooking there. Going back down to Meridia, the same place where Mrock is going now. Mrock has 2 more.
crazdgamer going to Aqueduct.
Nice for this.
Huge find.
There he is. Both in the same room.
Space jump's not I don't know. I am a space jump enjoyer. I like the mobility that it gives me. It does give you some options here in terms of mobility. That these runners don't have grapple beam right now. So there are some things that they could do with space jump. crazdgamer,
hide some ice. We can go up this room with ice. The Metroids, climb the Metroids.
Right. We can go up that room with ice. crazdgamer opts not to try it and go for the southern route instead. Or I guess the lower route. Oof, another heated room. But you know, I
Space
will
jump comes
point
in
out
handy here.
that
Point
space
that
jump.
out.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Tim. And space
Oh,
jump
you want
does
to say?
come in
I'm
handy
sorry.
here. No, 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 no. I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. crazdgamer not really happy there with the dead end that took him to supers. You can kind of see him shrug a little bit there. I mean,
Ooh.
let's face it, the supers are probably not what he's looking for. He's looking for Metroid rooms. He's looking for maybe mobility items. He's looking for suits.
Is this
Supers is
enough
not what he
run
was hoping
speed
for.
on the
Supers
left
is
side right now?
All right.
So we
So
have
Imrock
a
has
little one ray.
right.
We have high
Imrock
jump
has.
and speed.
Oh, I can see what Imrock is trying to do here. She knows what she's doing. I do not really understand the intricacies of this jump, but I know what she's doing. So, for those of you guys in chat that do not know, what she is attempting to pull off here, she is attempting to pull off a, for lack of a better way of putting it, a gravity underwater jump. By utilizing the fact that there is an open air room on one side and a water jump and a water room on the other side. If she can, oh, okay, we get a reset here. Maybe she decided to not go for it after trying it a couple times. Now I know that I do believe that she can get that jump, Timon, but maybe she was just
It
getting
might,
frustrated with the wiggle.
yeah, it might be a last frame thing that it works. It really depends on the runway. We had like 3 tiles there. I don't know especially with which loadout you need which amount of runway. But it's some kind of, you have to hit like a last frame jump through the door and do the wiggle. So it's definitely difficult
Yes.
to do with less run speed.
And for those of you guys in chat that don't know that, if you do a little wiggle right there, you can clear that. You can clear that little ledge and just fly right up to the top. It is hard. I know I can't do it.
Very unfortunate for crazdgamer finding speed waterway, but not enough energy to spark.
Folks in chat are saying that she might not have the run speed to pull that off.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
could.
I'm gonna say that is kind of a knowledge gap in my area. I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure. That is a knowledge gap in my area, but it does make sense if she doesn't have it does make sense to me that it wasn't working because of the lack of run speed. But
It's worth to try out in these situations because, like I said, it's really hard to know how much you need for which loadout. So it's worth to try out a couple times and then go on. And crazdgamer, just this farm that he's having to do to get enough health for sparking. I don't know how much health you need. We have 110. We're going for it. Be enough.
all the raiders from SpeedGaming 2, welcome to the stream. I am Bastion Blue, and this is my co-host Timon here.
Hi, welcome.
We have Lopter as our manual tracker. Thank you, Lopter. And we have mrock versus crazdgamer. We are in match 3 right now. And the category is Metroids, and this is a very anxiety-inducing match right now.
Yeah, especially this map. If you look, when we look at the left side, we are suits, right? We have Fish Tank below the map, and now we have Mount Everest to the left of the map, which likely means we need to get to the top right door here in this room, and we don't have things to get to that door. At least not in logic. This is
So everybody,
very interesting.
go ahead, Timon.
This is a very interesting map part
Right.
Probably have
This is
blind
very
it.
interesting. And, we don't have any suits, so that's another thing to keep in mind. We've got a lot of underwater movement here, and these runners are really, really struggling to figure out where to go, what to do, and how to do it. So, yeah, we haven't killed any Metroids yet either, so that's a big deal. This is tough. This is a very tough situation for both of them to be in. Underwater movement in Super Metroid without gravity is incredibly difficult. It's hard to understand. It's hard to navigate. And if you don't have a lot of experience dealing with it, or even if you do have a lot of experience, dealing with it, it doesn't change the fact that it's tough. And mrock, hopes high, went to a dead end. The same dead end that crazdgamer found himself in a few minutes ago and picks up Spacer. She's not happy about that Spacer pickup because she already has plasma. This is a tough map, y'all. It's a tough map.
What do you do in this situation? You have no way to get to the map. So yeah, maybe just go forward. Blind check rooms. Go anywhere.
Both runners are just, once again did a high five in the same room, just trying to figure out where to go. I'm a little bit more. Ooh, crazed. You better. I hope that you saved recently, dude. That's a rough death right there.
It is a rough death, and this is
Oh.
safe after bottle.
Oh no! This is the save
but
after
it's
bot.
far.
Ooh.
It's quite far away.
Oh, okay. Let's talk. Let's break this down for everybody. Okay, mrock is finally picking up Space Jump, which was available to her much early on, but she just didn't come this direction. But gosh, Crazed is in such a bad spot right here. Crazed is in such an unbelievably bad spot. I feel bad for him. He's had a lot of deaths this match, and it's really set him so far back. Of course, Crazed found the Space Jump in Aqueduct much earlier on than this, but he is having to do this again. Gosh, this is brutal, Timon. This is so brutal.
This is
Oh.
like we're on mrock side right now. We're just hoping. Well, on both sides really. Just hoping to run into a different map area. Like that's
Right.
kind of what we're hoping for. Because where do we go from this point? There's still here and there like paths, which some of them are one ways and some not. So, and mrock, we are already in the decision making of going down the sand pits. We have high jump, we have ice, so technically every sand pit or room below the sand pits are fine.
mrock does know how to get up here without gravity. That's good. That's good. He picks up an E-tank, which is honestly probably not what she was hoping for, but she does have it.
We have plenty. Okay, this item is also an E-tank.
Crazed now going through the sand pits himself. Timon, I want to venture a little hypothesis here.
Yes.
Despite the death that Crazed just had, I feel like he's probably not as far back as he probably thinks he is. What did he lose with that death besides Space Jump? He did lose Phaser, which honestly is not really that big of a problem because he kind of doesn't need Spacer. So, I think what I'm getting at, Timon, is that I think we don't need to count crazdgamer out yet. He's had a lot of deaths. This has been an incredibly difficult scene for both runners. and I think that he's still in this match.
Definitely. I like this is far from over. Especially like you're saying something about that he thinks that he's far behind, and I have a feeling in this kind of seat it could go could go both ways. That also mrock thinks, oh, I have not had the best routing or anything. I'm behind, and hopefully that doesn't get into the head. But
I
first,
will say that
let's get this.
Crazed
Oh my god.
unfortunately
Okay.
had another death at the sand pits, and that's a painful one, and that's very painful. I think we've all been there. Sometimes you just get trapped in the sand, and it's a tough place to be. Navigating
Loading.
underwater sand is very difficult if you're not good at it, and I'm not good at it. I will freely admit that I'm not good at it, and navigating that room with the little mini dragon shrimps is really hard. And I think that Crazy Gamers has the tools to get through it. I think it's just brutal.
Yeah,
And
so sorry, mrock is right now like doing an out of logic thing. I'm pretty sure that jump was out of logic that she did earlier to get out of the water there.
okay,
With space jump, and this actually rewarded her with score tech.
she kind of didn't look happy about that.
Yeah.
I honestly think that she should be happy with it. At least in the sense that, it's not great. It's not a great pickup, but I guess it increases her survivability. But I don't know. Let's be honest. I'd probably be salty too. But screw attack is still not a bad thing to have. But at this point, you just want something better. You want gravity. You want varia. You want anything else than what you've got. Theoretically, Spazer's not like a bad thing to have at this point, but because I feel like Spazer's a safety item. But these runners don't want safety items at this point.
Yeah. Very nice speed keep to break the blocks in the escape room. Sorry, that happened like a second ago. I wanted to find it out because it's a pretty cool strategy to break some blocks.
mrock finding supers and missiles, neither thing that she needs, and Craze is unfortunately finding himself up against Shaq Tool again. Yeah, this is really brutal. Is this a desolate seed? Anybody? Is this a desolate seed? Is this actually a desolate seed? There's nothing anywhere. And I don't know what to tell y'all. This is a tough situation to be in for both runners. Because I feel like they're throwing everything at the wall and they're just not getting what they want. We're an hour, 55 minutes in, 5 minutes from hour 1, on match 3, and we don't have a single Metroid that's killed in a Metroid category. This is just brutal.
Yeah, mrock. This for both runners, they just don't know that. Like sometimes in these situations, it's really difficult to think that your opponent could be in similar kind of trouble issues. So that's often the hard part. Ooh, nice little knowledge there. When the mini dragons are in the sand, you can kill them with a power bomb.
I imagine mrock is not happy about screw attack, but I don't know. I'm hoping that maybe she can use it to survive a situation. Ideally, I think that's what you would use Spacer for at this point. Just to use the invulnerability. Mrock scanning the maps, just looking for anything. There is a major right there, I see, but it's locked behind Golden Chorizo. crazdgamer got a little bit of a lean going on. I think that's a lean coming from exhaustion
Lean.
or frustration.
Yeah.
He's got the
Yeah.
crazdgamer. Yeah, Craze has the gamer lean going on right now, leaning back, a little frustrated, a little exhausted. And I don't blame him. These seeds have been absolutely brutal and punishing today.
Oh,
Match number
Yeah.
1 had probably just one
No
of the
health
meanest
on.
maps that I had ever seen. Match number 2 was an obtuse, confusing map, and I mean, this map to me, I joke about the desolate thing, but you know, heck, it kind of feels like it. What do you think?
This is tough to figure out where to go. I'm not trying paths, trying everywhere, but we just found the supers where crazdgamer was earlier, and just decided to reset. And where is another path? Like, anyone sees it? I think maybe the top right of fish tank. Can
I
we
will
get
say that
from
they
above?
right. I will say that they are running out of. Yeah, I mean they're running out of majors to just find. So, oh, Mrock. Okay, she got through it. That was a little tricky there. Oh, but she is. All right, I gotta be honest with y'all. My heart goes out to Mrock here because I think this room is one of the reasons why I stopped playing Map Rando.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice
So
jump.
there's.
Through
Oh yeah, nice jump, nice jump. So she's making her jumps. Let's see if she's got this.
Let's try
She
to
makes
freeze
it.
the guy early. Okay.
Right. A little bit of a running start here. Come on, Mrock. Makes it.
And we're back in Big Pink, trying to find power bombs. This is one thing of Map Randos, which I'm sorry, but personally I'm not the biggest fan. Like these, trying to find power bombs from enemies that have 2% drop chance. That's always very frustrating to do. Got one drop and continues. Yeah, this. Where can we go from here?
Where can we go? crazdgamer has a reset. Has a quick little farm to pick up a missile. I didn't get a. Mrock turns back. He's gonna try to make the climb back up here. crazdgamer, in the meantime, is gonna try something that Mrock tried earlier, which is to just get through here. Does a pretty quick job at it, thanks to Space Jump.
And there is like the Norfair check comes now from crazdgamer. This is the difference that these two runners have still, right? The
Oh
whole
my
Norfair map
gosh.
Mrock already has.
What just
but
happened
the-
with crazdgamer? I'm so sorry, Timon. I've got to point this out here. I am not sure what just happened there. crazdgamer could get through that wall with morph and bombs, but I think he might be getting knowledge gapped here. I think he doesn't know. The map is on the other side of that wall, and he can break that wall. He might. I don't think he knows that he can do that. Oh, wait a minute. I think that he just had a moment where he. Okay.
Getting some
Okay.
snacks
he
on
figured it out. He
Mrock's
figured it
side.
out. And Crazed gets the map and acquires the knowledge that the map gives him. A lot of hollow items. There's one major up there. We do have the sighting of a Metroid room for him, but it's in a tricky area. But, you know, honestly, I don't think it's going to be too hard for him to get there because he does have space jump. So it has been a long day for him, for both of them. That is true. Mrock having some pretty sick jumps coming through all of these rooms here. Go ahead, Timon.
We are 4 hours in. You're saying a long day. Like, we are 4 hours of a Map Rando match in. And I always said that playing all 3 matches back to back is difficult. It's hard on your mind, especially when they are longer matches. And hey, we had the first game was an hour 40. The second game was quicker, like was pretty good. And now we have the seed as a final decider.
It's
And
brutal.
what do we do? We are just trying to find where to go, but
crazdgamer confirms Mother Brain's location. He's now going for a Metroid room. This is the first set of Metroids we have seen in the whole game, in this whole match. I think mrock is going to do a little bit of a crab climb here. Crouching up, doing a jump. All right. Crazed Gamer kills the Metroids in Metroid Room 1. That is one set of Metroid rooms that is down. We are an hour and 3 minutes into this competition, and we are just now seeing our first Metroid room. Oh my gosh.
So for mrock, in this loadout, high jump ice, we can use the crab to get to the top. This is what we're trying to do here. Get to the top of this mountain with the crab, and we have to freeze it on the left side of the mountain, near the top. And
I want to point something out here, Timon.
Yes.
mrock is in a very scary situation right now, because if she makes one mistake with this crab, it's gonna kill her. And I'm a little worried. I mean, honestly, I still think it's anybody's game. Crazed makes a save. This is a critically important save here, and
oh, unfortunately, we got up there, had the crab frozen, and got the crab killed, unfortunately, with a accidental shot.
Oh my gosh, mrock. I don't know how far back this is, but that was pretty rough.
It's not an item further back. It's a couple of rooms.
Yes, okay, she is in the sand pits again. No, I believe that mrock. Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. I just bopped my microphone. I'm gonna mute and adjust that a little bit.
So we have an crazdgamer looks ahead now, but the info is there for mrock. No fair. So we have the info about the Metroid rooms, and it's not too much. Doesn't take too much time to get them. But now crazdgamer is in the same position where mrock, trying to figure out where is the mountain, where can we go.
Okay, I am back. I do apologize. I bumped my microphone. I made a little adjustment so it shouldn't happen again. Yeah, I think both of these runners are just at their wits' ends here. I mean, we've both seen multiple deaths. This can't feel good to both of them. They're in some frustrating rooms, having to revisit a lot of areas, and I just, this is just such a tough. This is just so tough. I mean, as Timon was pointing out, exhaustion is probably setting in to some degree for both of these runners. Our match number 1 was an hour and a half, I think, hour 40, and match number 2 was at least an hour, I think, right, Timon?
Yeah, I think about around an hour. Was the
We're at
finish time,
hour 7 here. We have no Metroids killed for mrock, and only 4 Metroids in only Metroid Room 1 cleared for crazdgamer. So I just this is just rough. I think what do you
Hello.
crazdgamer finds Ridley does not want to mess around with Ridley, and I don't blame
No.
him. However, Ridley was at the beginning of that room. Oh my gosh. Ridley was at the beginning of that room, the gateway to that room. It might be necessary to kill Ridley for this seed. To just progress to find more Metroid rooms. I mean,
we need to find something for Ridley, definitely. If we find Varia, it could be there, but otherwise the resources we don't.
Okay, Lopter is confirming that Ridley is not necessary. Connects back to Brinstar, so Ridley is not necessary. However, I do wonder if, I mean, we're several hours into runs, match number 3. It is possible that, because of seed bleed and exhaustion, that our runners might forget some of this information that they've learned across this match, and I honestly don't blame them. I would too. So it is quite possible that crazdgamer might come to the conclusion that Ridley is necessary to kill. And of course, we also know here, isn't Spazer right here? Because we've seen this area before. No, Plasma. Okay, I just didn't remember. So crazdgamer did not know that Plasma was here. In a previous run, he did pick up Spazer, but he did suffer a KO during that attempt. Both runners are tied on tanks. So, Timon, let's take a step back for a moment, and I think that both runners are in similar situations right here. mrock a little worse off because she has not found a Metroid room yet, has not killed any Metroids yet. I mean,
she found the Metroid rooms, right?
She did. Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
We were in clearing Norfair quite a while ago on mrock side and found the Metroid rooms, but because Mother Brain is there, decided to not do them at the time.
Right. Okay. We're several hours deep into this in a match 3. Timon, if you're in mrock's shoes, what are you thinking? What do you do here?
Yeah, it's a tough situation. We're trying to go for the last-ditch effort, last doors, and finally mrock got up there to the top left of Mount Everest.
mrock got through there, but I can, she got through here. She got through there, and that's wonderful. She's making progression, but at the same time, I could see how frustrated she is. Yeah. So Timon, if you're in crazdgamer situation, what's going through your head? What are you thinking? What are your options and stuff?
I think both of our runners have very similar thoughts, and someone said earlier in chat they might be waiting for the other one to finish, that kind of state of playing, but we don't know. It's a frustrating seed. Both probably think they're far behind the other.
Yes.
But obviously you don't know that in randos. You never know what happens to your opponent.
Right. They're. I can imagine that you're correct, Tim, and they're probably both thinking that they're so far behind the other player. And that kind of like exhaustion. And
Look at that.
mrock has found Metroid Room 2. Okay, and
We got
I mean, honestly, wow. Timon, is it safe to say that like our runners they're kind of tied up here? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. crazdgamer has only found one. It killed the Metroids in one room, right? That hasn't happened in every. That's the only instance of that happening, correct? On
He
his side.
has 2 rooms from Nowhere. The 2 rooms that we found in Nowhere that mrock also found, crazdgamer already done.
Oh,
But
okay. So he killed the Metroids
mrock,
in 2 separate rooms. Okay, I'm
yeah.
delusional. I'm tired too.
But yeah, this like just getting to this point of Meridia, like getting to the top left of Main Street, that can be pretty challenging, and a knowledge check also on crazdgamer's side right now. Does he have the knowledge how to get up there? And now we got, what do we get here? We got some new rooms for mrock and this shine spark. Very nicely done, very nicely seen that you can shine spark there. And
Beautiful shine
oh my
spark. That
god,
was very smart. That was clever.
this doesn't even lead to the map
Oh,
question. It doesn't do that even. It just
oh my
we are
gosh.
gone. We are in a new area, and the map is on the left, bottom left. What is?
Okay. So, okay. I'm freaking out over here. I'm freaking out. I am freaking out. I'm losing it. I'm losing it, Timon. I'm losing my marbles here. So, this is the first time that we've seen Turian in this match from either runner. I mean, mrock, I mean, it's possible. I mean, what if she cracked the code here? I mean, she might find, a set of Metroid's rooms in here that neither of them have seen yet. I mean,
Yeah, we are looking for Metroid Room 4. So we actually, if you know that in these kind of scenarios, you're looking for Metroid Room 4, which has a down door. So you kind of, if you get any room with an up door, you really try to check it.
oh, crazdgamer has another KO there. I'm not sure how far back that set him, but that's definitely, every single loss like that stacks on your head. It does. It stacks in your mind. It stacks in your head, and it's brutal. It's brutal to have to deal with that. And Timon, I want to point something out to you. I need to ask the room, where is Gravity and Varia? What is going on with the seed, Timon? Where are those items?
I listen. They are hidden somewhere, but as Lopter pointed out earlier, we only need one metro room.
Right.
We don't need anything else. So yeah, we are kind of on the hunt, and finally,
yes,
here it is. We are at the map of Radia, which had we did spend 2. No, no.
Oh no! I'm just I'm tilted for mrock over that.
Good thing is, we have a farm here.
Okay, we have a farm here. We have a farm here. We have a farm here. Okay. So Timon, if map number 1 was mean, map number 2 was obtuse.
It's confusing. Obtuse, yes.
Map number 3,
hilarious.
Map number 3 is a troll, is what it is. Okay, mrock is gonna have to kill Phantoon because she wants that information from the map. Yeah, map number 3 is toxic, is what it is. Map number 3 is like an evil game show, is what it is. What's behind door number 1, 2, or 3? Oh, look, it's all bad.
Nice, using the full plasma beam combo for a nice 2-round on Fan 2. It's nice to have an easier 2-round. Yes.
mrock is going to make short work of Fantoon here. She had that fight in the bag, absolutely, 100%. You know, obviously she doesn't want to spend the time on this fight, but she has to for the map rando. For the map rando, for the map room. Even this seed is starting to get to me.
Yeah,
and I'm not even playing.
This seed is kind of like Meridia is what Meridia is, right? It's full of water rooms, and this seed doesn't do it. We have the map. Yeah.
Oh my lord. Okay, and not giving us the hold, please.
Seeing if we can find where. I guess in Turian, we were in Turian just before, got back into Meridia to get the map then. Didn't get much knowledge out of the map from Meridia because we pretty much cleared it already.
Can't believe it was in logic either, Nebby. I gotta say, you know, yeah. This map is like an evil game show.
Isn't this safe much further from Turian? Maybe I read. And now crazdgamer also just trying to find some way, like these strings of water room and logic, what you've seen with freezing the crab to get to the top left of Mount Everest, and then Shine Spark to get to the top right of Mount Everest. Like this. Almost. That's...
You know, nobody is chatting in the race time lobby. So that means, you know, these runners are locked in and they want to win. I mean, they're exhausted. They're probably both anxious that, you know, super anxious that they're behind the other one. But I mean, they're locked in. You can see they want to win. They're not giving up.
Okay, Turian. Finally, new area, new room.
Sure, mrock's gonna be looking for the map in here. But I mean, honestly, what if the Metroid room 4 is just right down there? mrock, be careful. What if it's just right down there, Timon? She's losing a lot of health here. Meanwhile, crazdgamer is waiting on crabs to move. Health from Baby Crade. Also, I just had a moment where I think something that I just said didn't make any sense, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, I had something in my throat.
No,
it's okay, Bastion.
You're fine. I started thinking like, well, what if Metroid Room 4 is like right at the bottom of this wrecked ship room? But then I thought about it for a moment. It's like, well, you can't go through the bottom of the wrecked ship room and then come out the top end of the bottom of of Metroid Room 4. I don't know. I think I've just lost my mind a little bit too. So, anyway,
We all did in this game series.
Mrock working with a little bit more knowledge now.
We got the knowledge that we need. We have the knowledge of all 4 Metroid rooms and Mother Brain. So we have the ammo.
It's Mrock's fault because she asked me. No, I wanted to do this. I wanted to do this. I'm not. I think I'm just the master at putting my foot in my own mouth and saying things before I think of them, of what I'm saying. So. Yes, you gotta keep it together. Mrock lives in. Oh, that was a little. Mrock getting a save in. Ooh, crazdgamer can't be happy about what's happening right here. He's gonna need a crab to get up these rooms. I just want to point out again, we have not even, we have no idea where Varia and Gravity are. We might see it here.
Might
Or
see it
we
here,
might
but
not.
we also might see it never at this point.
Yes, we might just never see it at all. You know, the incredibly disappearing Gravity and Varia. The incredibly disappearing Gravity and Varia suit. You know, it's like... It's like an old stage magic or something. Old stage magic. You know, the magician, which in this case, the magician, is the Map Rando seed. And it's just like, you know, it's hiding the Varia suit and the Gravity suit in the box you're supposed to cut up or whatever. I don't know. It's very Looney Tunes. This is a Looney Tunes seed. People talk about IKEA seeds. This is a Looney Tunes seed.
A Looney Tunes seed. Yeah, crazdgamer just an hour and a half in, goes from left to right in Meridian. It's not finding the logic. He was at Mount Everest, had a crab frozen, but get the two left for...
Right, Shine Spark.
Hey,
Everything's made by
nice.
Acme.
Nice Varia suit.
Oh, Mrock finally picks up Varia suit. Timon, I'm gonna freak out. You mean that Varia was all the way back here?
So they say in the myth. So they say. And now we why Varia? What do we do?
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, Timon. This seed is crazier than a June bug. Oh my god.
On Emrak's side, we're searching for something. I'm not sure. It's probably for the best path towards Norfair, where we'll finish up this series. crazdgamer finding some new rooms for progression, but not what we are looking for at all. Doesn't even want to keep them. It's very similar routing to mrock, just Mount Everest situation. Top left door of Mount Everest is in this seed, which just took a long time to see.
I imagine that Varia is going to give Mrock a little bit more confidence to protect, you know, since she'll have protection from heated rooms. But I mean, she's already had to go through so many heated rooms already, you know? crazdgamer checking the map out, trying to figure out where to go next. You know, we do have a major item locked away right there, Tim. And do you see that on crazdgamer's map?
I think we picked that already. No, wait, which is it?
Was that the location of
It's
Spacer
Spacer.
Beam?
I think-
Or okay.
That must be Spacer. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's phaser beam. Okay.
So yeah, that's the one thing in these map randoms. When in this scene we have at this point one knowledge check of getting to the top left door of Mount Everest, right? And if you're missing that information, you're gonna have a hard time. That's how it's gonna be. Figuring out these things on the fly in a match, especially in a third game on a Saturday, whatever time there is where our runners are. It's difficult to do. And almost impossible to see something that you have never done or seen before.
Right. It's a no. It's an unknown unknown. Known unknown.
And unknown. I remember a pickup race with the same grab freezing to the top right door situation, and 8 out of 10 people were stuck half an hour. It's nothing that comes up often, and these things can happen a lot. But for the 5th time, going up, grab shaft here. We went up this room a lot today.
We have, haven't we? Tim and I feel like we've been through a lot together today, and we're not even playing the game.
We are not even playing the game, and yeah, I wasn't there with you on the first one even. I was watching, but shout out to Sebastian
Big shout outs
for
to
to commentate for 4.5 hours straight this Saturday. Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm happy to be here. I have been really enjoying doing a little bit more commentary lately. I may not be the most knowledgeable Map Rando person, but trying my best. Oh, crazdgamer taking some hard hits here from these red key hunters in the stairs. Also, real quick, I want to shout out somebody to Sephi for commenting with me on match number 1. Big shout outs to Sephi. Appreciate you, dude. You guys need to go give Sephi a follow. Not only that, give these runners a follow too. mrock star 20, crazdgamer. I mean, holy moly, they have been. They're gonna have to get some good rest after this. They have been stretched to the limit by these games today.
Yeah, it's exhausting. Like playing Map Randos for 5 hours straight. Anyone who has done it knows it's just exhausting. crazdgamer finding Turian. But this is not a room you want to run in. Cactus Alley. Cactus Alley is always a red flag, because the only way to get left to right is a suit or underwater wall jumps, which are way out of logic, of course.
So he has high jump boots, but in order to get through that room, he's going to need more than just high jump boots. I believe so.
Yeah, it's pretty much you need gravity. For any sane person, you need gravity.
I think I saw crazdgamer rubbing his eyes earlier. I don't blame him. crazdgamer resets, goes back to a former save.
I was looking a lot at the map, looking around. Not sure if there's like a routing.
mrock getting a save in. I'm wondering if she has a plan right now. She seems to be acting with confidence.
Yeah. So the way is we go straight to Norfair, do the 2 metro rooms, came Mother Rain, and push not done.
Cy Tricky pointing out something very interesting in chat. If this was a Stanley Cup playoff game, we'd be in triple overtime, which, that's unreal thinking about that. Unreal thinking about that. I mean, these runners, these seats are so brutal, and these runners want to win. I'm starting to get a little worried about crazdgamer here, though. I feel like mrock has a plan, and is going for it. She is taking out the Metroids in Metroid Room 1. I'm starting to think that crazdgamer doesn't have a plan here, and he might be at his wit's end. And in that case, you know, like I said, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. This has been exhausting.
He has a plan, and this, people pointed out, this is in logic. This jump that crazdgamer is doing right now with space jump is a bit easier. Nice, gets it. That's actually really impressive.
That is
I
really
was just
impressive.
about to say it's just a very different jump, and no, but
Oh.
it's not so difficult for him, so we do it again.
Oh, he's losing time here. I think crazdgamer is starting to bleed time here. Like I said, I feel like mrock has a plan, and I feel like crazdgamer is struggling with what his next move is. Timon, help me out here. Do we know what super? Not super. Do we know what item is up here? What major item? I believe. Don't we know what this item is already?
It
Screw attack.
was
Thank you,
screw
Lofter.
attack?
Thank you. crazdgamer doesn't know that, and he's not going to be happy when he gets up there. Screw attack might have been helpful a while back, but is certainly not helpful anymore. And mrock is making her way through Metroid Room 3 right now.
And that's the last one. And
That is the last one.
that is the last one.
Unreal. Okay. All right. So she has a clear-cut path to victory. I feel like you can see it in her movement. I think she's playing with confidence and with decisiveness. She is headed to Mother Brain, and oh my God, Timon, if you're a crazdgamer in this situation, obviously you don't know that your opponent mrock is on her way to Mother Brain, but you're an hour and a half in. Like, what do you? If you're in crazdgamer's position, like, what do you think? What are you thinking? Like, what's up your sleeve right now?
A rough time, and I think, and I want to go to bed. Thought would be on my brain then. It's an hour and a half in this situation. It's just you gotta keep going.
You gotta keep going. You've got
you gotta
to.
keep
And
going.
I feel bad for crazdgamer because he's putting all of his eggs, his Easter eggs, by the way, because it is Easter. He's putting all of it, pun intended, by the way. He's putting all of his eggs in this basket, all of his Easter eggs, and he has no idea what's about to happen because this is not the major item that he wants it to be. It's screw attack, which is just not gonna help him right now, and I feel for him. This is a rough spot for him to be in, and I mean,
Yeah. And Mother Brain 1 is down, so now we see it. We don't need to fight. We need
yes,
to go to the ship. And the ship is it's not too far away. It's through a branch tower, and then we straight up at the ship.
So for those of you guys in chat that do not know, one of the quirks of the Metroid category is that there is no Metroid Phase 2 or 3. mrock is on the escape. She has 55 seconds.
It's not a lot of time.
That is not a lot of time.
Not a lot of time.
Oh. In the meantime, crazdgamer is gonna try his best to get up that hill, and he has made it, but he is not gonna be happy with what happens when he gets up there. He unfortunately doesn't have the ability to, I mean, if he had a power bomb, he could reveal to himself what's in there. But he doesn't. Even if he did, I'm not sure he would want to use it. mrock with 33 seconds on the clock. Oh no! He looks so. I feel bad. I feel bad. I feel you. I feel you, crazdgamer. He looks like he's just at his wits end here. He looks very frustrated. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. You can really tell he's trying to wrap his head around it, and you know, mrock was in the same boat earlier. mrock, 15 seconds, she's gonna make it.
And That's the
GG
winner
with
of our series today. Claps in the chat.
10.5 seconds to spare. GG's mrock. GG's for crazdgamer. Great. Hey, honestly, give both of these runners a round of applause. Give both of them a medal. I think they both. We need to print, or to I don't know, three. We need to 3D print some, I don't know, some Metroid medals and just give it to both of these runners here, because this was obscene, and shout outs to both of them for just surviving it.
Yeah, and we are joined by our runner-up, crazdgamer. Welcome in. Take a breath.
Yeah, GG's mrock. That was an
GG's.
experience for sure.
What terrible seeds today!
Yeah,
What
I'm not.
incarnation?
Yeah, and like I haven't put in as much practice I would have liked, and this was just a very punishing experience.
Yeah, it was. Like the double suit one felt really good, but the first one, like you going and finding Varia was so smart. I am so stubborn that I just stuck and I was like, I'm gonna kill Ridley. And there was one time I killed him like 10 minutes earlier, but as soon as he picked me up, I died. No, I killed him and then he exploded and then I died. And I was like, oh man. And this Metroid one was terrible. I thought I roll curse seeds, not you, crazed gamer.
Yeah, well, I'm very capable of it.
I guess so. Yeah, do you all have questions?
You know, I would say right now, I think Timon and I think we got exhausted watching. I mean, we're nowhere near as exhausted as y'all after all that, but I felt like we both were just really feeling for y'all. This was absolute insanity to see this. An hour 40 on match 1, an hour on match 2, an hour 30 on match 3. Somebody in chat pointed out that, if this were hockey, I mean, you guys would be in triple overtime right now. I mean,
yeah, I don't even know if it's like just the seeds or just I'm bad at the video game. I honestly can't tell.
Yeah, no, these seeds were so bad, like that Metroid one. And I just realized I turned off my game because the music, I was just like so overstimulated, and so I hope that's okay that y'all saw me finish and whatnot.
yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
I'll take your word for it.
Timon and I were joking that seed 1 was what was the word I used to describe it, Timon? Was it evil?
I remember.
I don't even remember. Seed 1 was evil, and Seed 2 was obtuse and confusing, and Seed 3 was an evil game show. It was the Looney Tune seed. Thank you. It was the Looney Tune seed. So you guys suffered through the Looney Tunes seed. I mean, big shout outs to both of y'all. I'm so curious. Like, I don't even know how to ask y'all. I mean, about these scenes. What was going on through y'all's heads in match 3? I have to know. Like,
Bastion, I was so convinced that I had lost because I just was shambling. And to do the whole Everest thing where it clicked in my head, I was finally like, oh, I have to do that stupid, freeze crab trick I dislike. You have to like wait for him and he's slow as molasses, come around, and then freeze him as you're climbing up. And then you have to do the speedy jump, and then I was like, am I supposed to spark Everest here? And so I did it. But the whole seed, I thought I was behind. I literally was like, should I just forfeit? This feels so bad. Oh.
Yeah, like Everest, like I'm like, all right, the map's on the right side of Everest, and I'm like do they want me to ride the crab to get that? I'm like, I haven't practiced that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to see if there's another way. And like Everest was just connected to like all water, so like you couldn't like spark across from the left side. You couldn't like we didn't have grapple beam. We didn't have I didn't find spring ball, so just
I didn't either. I found grapple though.
oh, where was grapple?
I don't remember, but I found
Okay.
it and I was like, I'm keeping this
though.
because I'm tired of Mount Everest. But it wasn't till the end that I even got grapple. Like, I had to do a lot of shenanigans before I was awarded grapple.
Yeah, as like you finished as I just picked up screw attack, doing like I had to just do like the break 3 strat because I'm usually like I usually want spring ball for that. I'm like I had to pretty much improvise it, and I'm just like, oh, this wasn't the
Praise.
answer. Yeah.
I feel for you, dude, because I could see that you were putting so much effort into getting screw attack and navigating how difficult that room is without gravity, and then you got rewarded with screw attack. I could see it on your face. I felt that pain so badly for you.
It wasn't even pain, it was confusion.
I saw that too. Yeah. I mean, I guess earlier in the run, I mean, screw maybe would have helped with something, but like at that point, it just, yeah.
It also didn't help that halfway through I just forgot that I had bombs, even though we needed bombs to do literally anything.
I have done that in these before. It's so, especially
I think
5 hours, right, since we've started.
Right. I think mrock put it in a very good, succinct way. I mean, there was just a lot of, seed bleed and a lot of just exhaustion. Y'all pulled all the stops out for this one, and I'm a great moment, Crazed, that I wanted to highlight from your side of the match is that I thought you had a brilliant comeback in match number 1, and I was really impressed with your very risky play on the Dragon fighting Dragon with only like 5 supers and 1 E-tank. I mean,
was that the one where Dragon was hiding the map?
Yes, the map was right behind Dragon.
Yeah,
That was
yeah, I feel like to me, I'm like, does the logic want me to do this? So I'm just like, all right, let's do it. And it's gonna take a while, but let's just get the map and just see what happens.
That was just a very clutch Dragon fight, and I think I thought it was very impressive. And when that was happening, chat was going insane. And mrock, something I thought that was really incredible from your side of it was that match 2 win. That match 2 win was, I mean, you played that whole match 2 just
that seed just felt
solid.
Yeah, that seed felt so good, except for the beginning. That seed just felt really good, and so I felt pretty confident in that one. I got a similar loadout to my any percent, and I mean I grind any percent, and so movement gets me places, and so when Crazed banned Varya, I was like, okay, I'm game, because then I don't have to do as many tricks, right? Map Rando tricks, and then these seeds, right? Especially the first and the third, really, I mean, it made me work for it. And that Ridley, I tried so hard. I have fought Ridley in that loadout before. I've practiced it, but I started, how just like in any percent, you get in your head, right? As soon as you lose like 1 or 2 times, it's just like snowballing. And then when I lost after I killed him, I was like, I'm so tilted right now. I turned off my cam because I was a baby.
Well, it's okay. We've all been there.
That's okay. Yeah, game 1 was definitely a rough seed, especially from the starting point. Like, I don't know if it's 4 hours ago, but the morph behind like double heated rooms, behind the morph heated rooms, everywhere heat, and like both of you had a hard time trying to figure out how to get energy to grab morph, get back, and then I was glad C2 was just like a confusing map, but it was a little bit more comfortable, I think. But then we got game 3. That says it all.
Yeah, like I was saying, match 1 seed was like it was an evil seed. Match 2 was the super obtuse mystery, and match 3 seed was just the Looney Tunes seed. I gotta. I gotta ask you, like, guys, like, you know, how do you manage? I mean, this set of matches was unreal. Like Timon said, match 1 was like 4 hours ago. Like, how do you guys manage, you know, just the exhaustion at that point?
Oh, you don't even think about it. You have the video game in
Like
front of
grit.
you, and you're
It's-
just
yeah.
doing it.
I was like, I don't know. I just needed confidence boosters because in my head, like after I worked so hard to get the crab to get up to the top and then I accidentally killed him, I was like, I just want to forfeit. I'm done. He's
Yeah.
probably off like celebrating right on his escape. And it's so funny just how in your brain, right? It's just like I don't know, your brain plays tricks on you. Like
Yeah. You don't know where your opponent is until the dot-dom comes in. So even though you get a setback, just maybe your opponent did the worst thing. And believe me, your opponent did in fact do a worse thing.
but
You're
you know, thanks to comms and chat for hanging out with us for 5 hours. These seeds were not quick, and I mean, I was trying to go fast. Don't you, you know, mistake that. But and Craze, thank you so much. You have been a lovely opponent and so kind. And these seeds were so bad. I can't get over just how terrible they were.
Yeah, thank
For-
you. It was.
for
I'll be sure to watch
Spot
this back.
Okay. Thank you both for the great match. Thank you, Bastion, for commentating all 3 matches tonight. It was a blast. I had a lot of fun commentating.
Yes,
Now
I
the
had a lot of
two
fun
matches with you.
commentating too. I had a lot of fun commentating too. I know Timon and I have been talking about this a couple of times here and there, and so I'm finally glad that I got to be here on comms with Timon. And I'm glad I got a chance to commentate y'all's match, mrock and crazdgamer. I thought you know, y'all did an amazing job. Nobody, you know, y'all, I was saying at the end of this, both of y'all deserve a gold medal for getting through this nonsense, because these seeds were some nonsense today. Y'all both
sure.
deserve a medal for this. But seriously, you know, big shout outs to y'all, everybody in chat. Please give mrockstar20 a follow and crazdgamer a follow. You know, both amazing Map Rando rare players and runners. Mrock, you'll be moving on to bronze bracket round 2. That was a mouthful, and I tripped over it. So I hope you're. I'm looking forward to that. I am definitely looking forward to that match.
Oh, and I do want to say thank you to Lopter for tracking. He was my very first opponent in the Map Rando tournament and smoked me. He's very great at this game, and so the last couple times I've specifically asked him to track, and he's been more than willing. So thank you, Lopter. You have another game to track somewhere in the future, so I'll let you know when that is. I'm sorry it's past everybody's bedtime. Again, these seeds are not supposed to be an hour and a half long each. That's not how this works. But Bastion, thank you so much for all 3 games, and Sephi, if you're out there and you can hear me, and Temin, thank you, and oh boy, my adrenaline is something else.
I think everybody needs dinner and then sleep after that.
Yeah.
And again, like Imrock was saying too, Sephi was on call with me here for match 1, and big shout outs to Sephi. I really, that was a whole lot of fun common with you, and everybody in chat, please go follow Sephi as well. And crazdgamer, unfortunately, will be saying bye to you in this tournament. So, what are your final thoughts on the tournament?
Final thoughts were I definitely did not practice Map Rando enough to really make a competitive run of it. So I'll just go back to grinding 100%, and we'll see how that goes.
Well, I think that you should give yourself more credit because you had a brilliant Dragon fight and a brilliant comeback in match number 1, and honestly, I think that you were a lot closer to mrock in match number 3. Especially in the first 2/3 of it. So but yeah, I mean, Hundo is a great category. It's very, it takes a lot of endurance, and it's the first speedrun category I ever run. So, y'all, please go give crazdgamer a follow and check his stream out because Hundo is an exciting category, and it's incredibly difficult and takes a lot of endurance, and it's a wild one to watch. That's for sure. So I think we're about wrapped up here, Timon. What do you think?
Yeah, I have nothing to add. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, SpeedGaming, for hosting this. Thank you for letting us come for the great match. And hope you have all a great Saturday. Peace out.
Yeah. Hope everybody has a good rest of the Saturday. I've been Bastion Blue, and this is Timon, and I'm sure Timon's ready to go to sleep because it's probably 3 in the morning or something. So I feel it. Please get some rest, Timon. And again, Lopter is on our tracker. Thank you, Lopter. And this has been an incredible series. And keep your eyes glued to SpeedGaming 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I think there's a 5th one. My bad. Because this match, this tournament series is still going on, and there's matches happening all the time. We've got gold bracket, bronze, and silver bracket matches still happening, and of course the sequel to this match, Albies versus mrock, round 2 of the bronze bracket series is going to be happening soon, and I'm definitely looking forward to it.
We'll probably be scheduling that soon. I just got the ping to schedule it, so probably next weekend, I assume. But holy smokes, crazdgamer, thank you again so much for your kindness and your flexibility on time, and this was a lot of fun. This is my first PvP tournament stuff in Super Metroid World, so it's definitely a skill in itself, and so just thank you for being so kind and being a wonderful opponent.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have a good run in the tournament, and GG's once again.
GG's to you.
GG's, everybody. And I think that's going to be it for us tonight. So we will see you next time in SpeedGaming's tournaments.